higher budget, then another going to the region B with no change, and then some other campaigns going with some decreased budgets to understand how actually those channels are interacting and how difference in the budget really actually have influence on our proficiency and our effectiveness. And to give you the idea, I will give you the case study for such experiment. It was done in UK by last minute. The campaign was aired for 12 weeks. The campaign was sent to the different cities in UK. It's of course the travel company. They analyzed only the regions which had more than 1,000 bookings, because of course the data needs to be pretty big to actually to make sure that we are getting right insights. And then when they compared the results, the assumptions, when they compared the results from the last click, which is actually that part, you will see then Google tracked non-brand revenue. Then the real actually result, which is actually that part together, they understood that because of the last click attribution, they really undervalue the general search. They just took a look at the conversion paths, and because in many cases people at first came from the general search, they did some research on the website, and then they came back a few days later from the brand. They actually, of course, because of the last click, they overvalue the brand search over the general. So in this case, the results were that they understood that they got 43% more conversion than they actually predicted before, and of course they increased the share of the non-brand, and they had even based on the results, based on an experiment, they actually even they changed the whole ecosystem of the online channels, because that's the example for PC. It can work in the same way for display, for email. So please remember about that. So then, at the end of the presentation, I would like to give you the 3 takeaways. So from today, please understand that even not only the last click is important. Take a look at the data. In the next week, check your own data. How this problem is really applicable for you. Do all your customers actually are buying at the first stage, or they need a little bit more time, so they need more visits before they buy the final conversion. And then in the next month, start to experiment. Not maybe from big campaigns, but start to understand how those different channels are actually interacting with each other. And just as the last story for my presentation, I will just give you a small story. There were 3 frogs in the water. There was the shortage on food. There was the problem. There were not too many fleas. So one of those frogs decided to move out. The frog decided to change the place. And then there is the question, how many frogs were left? Good answer, 3. Why? Because there is big difference between making decision and really doing that. So I hope in this case, we'll not only make decision to think that this problem is, and this topic is really important for your activities, but you really do it, you really try it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that you will stay outside then and meet with everybody who wants to ask questions.
Yes,
thanks a lot for this.
Thank you.
Thanks for the Google Hour. It's been a great journey, and I hope you enjoyed it. Did you? Was it? Thank you. That's very appreciated. So it could have been bigger and louder, but again, I got the point. So thanks a lot. Well, I'm absolutely delighted now to get into different industries, change topics, challenge totally different landscapes. The first landscape we're about to challenge now is the financial one. So I'm very happy to invite here on stage Paolo, who is leading the internet banking for Central Eastern Europe of UniCredit Bank. I just don't want to make a mistake with the titles: Internet and Mobile Banking, CEE Retail Banking, UniCredit. Paolo, welcome on stage. And Julian, thanks for joining. And Julian, Head of Alternative Channels for Distribution, Retail Banking Division, UniCredit Bank, Bulgaria. Thanks for joining us. The floor is yours. I'm going to be absolutely interested to hear how digital is transforming the banking industry and the finance. I was also very fascinated with your branch of the future. It's been a great news for past couple of months ago. So I don't know what will be your presentation about, but I'm sure it's going to be connected to the future. So please.
Exactly, sure. Благодаря на Пламен. Нашата презентация ще бъде малко по-различна, както Пламен спомена, не само поради това, че частично ще говорим на български, но поради факта, че влизаме в една нова индустрия и ще покажем... Okay.
Bulgarian, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's...
Okay, so
Yeah.
we'll continue in English.
Yeah, please.
So, as Pламен said, our presentation is a little bit different because it is going to show how these new things that are going on in the world is changing also industry, which is considered might be wrong as some conservative industry, as banking. And in this presentation, very briefly, with Paulo, we are going to talk how the new things in the world are changing the customer behavior and the way we are offering financial services. Okay, I'm going to tell you some very simple things that are going around. Everybody of us are knowing them, but it is good to state here. On the first thing that we are seeing on the world is great volume of information. Today, the world is generating something like trillion gigabyte information, and it is expected up to 2020, the information to be some cosmic figure like 40 zettabytes, and just to can imagine this, it is 60 times all the cents in the world. And in this regard, successful organizations will be these organizations that can collect this information and analyze in the appropriate way. And in 1980, when one banker said that banking is all about data bytes and data processing, probably at that time it sounded a little bit crazy, but now we see that it's the reality. Second thing, all of us know we are going totally on mobile. Everybody of us has a mobile, and we are so get used to this device that if we lack it for 5 minutes, we'll be very frustrated. The mobile telephones and the smartphones, of course, are more than the inhabitants of the, close to the inhabitants of the world, more than the toothbrush. It's clear statistics. Of course, all of these devices that we bring with us are smarter than the devices and the computers we had in the past. We can do a lot of more things with them, and in the meantime, they are even easier to use. And it's not something astonishing that even the children are using tablets and smartphones very, very easily. That's why we, all of us, are using mobiles and smartphones and mobile devices for different purposes. And it's very small portion of time that we are using the device just to call. We are using mobiles, and 80% of the mobile devices we are using to going on some applications, going on the social networks, social media, going on games, or browsing in internet. The next thing that we are observing on the market is very fast adoption of the new technology. Here is very interesting graph that is showing how the new things are adopted by the market historically. And if you pay attention, for example, for the radio, it took 38 years to reach 50 million customers, whereas the TV took 13 years and the internet took 4 years. Nowadays, we see some application that need several days to reach 50 million customers. We see the same with our services. When we launched the internet banking in 2001, it took us 8 years to go to 40,000 customers, whereas with the mobile banking, we observed this process to be 4 times faster. Everybody is knowing about the boom in the e-commerce. Everybody of us is customer, and we see that purchasing online is even easier, and we start to prefer it. But we not only purchase online, but we mainly search information about the product online. 65% of the customers, before taking decision to purchase, first goes online to check and to investigate the product and services. And the e-commerce is growing each year with stable and very aggressive rate at 20%. It's not amazing that one of the biggest platform, Amazon, is making 100,000 USD per minute from sales. Everybody is connected. We consider the strength of the social network, 3 billion customers. Everybody of us has 3 billion users. Everybody of us has averagely around 50 friends. So it is great potential, and the social networks knows everything about us. They knows what we like, who are our friends, where we are. So it is not amazing that the business is start to utilizing them more and more. And nowadays we observe that the social networks are generating 2 times more business opportunities than the standard marketing. So the customer are changing. If 10 years ago they looked like on the first picture, now they are look like that way. And this is some traditional place like Vaticana. Who is the contemporary customer? He is the one who is better informed, he's online, he is very adaptive to the new technology, he wants the things and the service to be provided to him in easier, convenient way as he prefers. And we observe the same trend as also in banking. These are the percentage of interactions and contacts of the customers in the different channels. And we can see that 3/4 of the interactions with customers are outside of the branch. It doesn't mean that the customers stop going to the branch. It means that when we offer services in a better and more convenient way, we have much frequent contacts with the customer. All these trends are changing the way that we are offering financial services in our industry, and Paul will tell you more in what way.
Okay, so what are the implications for the banking industry of all these changes with consumer? Well, basically, you may still think that banking is boring, but for us, it's just like we're facing a deep transformation. We're moving from a world where the interaction with our customers is mostly happening through bank staff, to human beings. So it could be the contact center, could be the branch. And now, and when, of course, we have mobile banking, internet banking, but these are meant only for transactions. And now we're shifting to a new world where everything is moving, is going digital. So branches are playing less a crucial role than they used to be in the past. And everything is moving on to the web and particularly on mobile. So we have to think about banking being something that will take increasingly place online, not only for making transactions, but also for buying products and managing the relation with the customer. This has huge implications. So it's a shift from a pull model where the customer has to come to the bank to a push model where the bank has to reach the customer anywhere, anytime. But this has just like, it's not only about technology, it's much more than this. It's about how you build up the experience. So this is where we started from. So this is traditional internet banking. This is what you need if you want to store money and to make payments. But now there is much more than this. Our customers are expecting much more. And this is what they usually tell when we do test. They really hate this. Well, we have now to shift to a different approach that is like becoming part of people's life. This is what Moven is doing, Brad King's bank in the US, Bank Simple, that was recently bought by BBVA. They are telling us something, that a different way of banking is possible. It's not a way, it's not something where you manage money, but it's something where you make, let me see if this is working. Oh, you make informed decision about your financial life. And this is what we try to do also here in Sofia, in Bulgaria, with the Your Financial Advisor portal. And I would give you just like, do you want
Actually, this is service, very innovative service that we presented on the last Webit. But here the concept is totally opposite. Here we don't sell any more accounts, consumer loans, credit cards. Here we identify the customer need and propose him solution to the customer directly online.
Yeah, and we try to do the same with the mobile bank. This is where we started. And when we look at this application, we say, oh, come on, this is not what we wanted. it's so outdated, it looks so crappy. And we started thinking, what would be what we would like to achieve? Well, we say, okay, the idea was to develop an application that can provide access to the bank without the branch. And also developing additional services for people who are not planning to make any transaction or checking their account. So we developed quite an extensive free zone in the application. How we started this process, this journey. We started from social media. We asked people on social media here in Bulgaria what was wrong, or how can we say this?
It was a simple gamification. So we engage customers to play a game and to see the mobile banking application screen. And after that, to rearrange the screen according to their needs. This was the first stage of the redesign process of the new application, which gave us very precious feedback for something like 3 days. We had something around 5,000 participants that provided us with very nice feedback.
Yeah, so then we started. We did an extensive work on wireframing the application. These are some sketches that we did on paper. We did a lot of work. We come up with an idea, a concept. This was one of the first applications that was mobile banking application that was entirely gesture-based. So no need to go through menus, and this is what we refined this concept that is what we call the M-plane, so something that you can easily navigate simply using gestures. And out of this, we just turn it into a nice video, a short presentation that you can also.
And here is the result, the final result. Application that is leveraging on the modern technology, but also the behavior of the customer. Very easily to navigate with simple gestures between the different menus. Of course, there's a lot of utilities and nice things. You can see all the bank products and services that you have in the bank. I'm not going into details, but the idea is to be very intuitive and to represent the information in comprehensive way, to forget all these complicated statements, etc., and papers that we had in the past, I mean the banking sector. So this was the first step, but of course the strategy is clear. The strategy is to be close to the customer where he needs service, banking or other type of service, because if we watch, the customer is not interested in the financial service that is related. He's interested by the good. When he goes to the auto dealer, he's interested to buy a car. He's not interested what is related behind. This is the strategy, and this is the future banking for us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us on stage.
Welcome.
I hope it
was
wasn't an
pleasure.
issue with English, but yours is perfect anyway, so thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Well, we move on to the big data parts and programmatic and everything that makes your advertising effective. That's what we are going to be talking now in the next few presentations here on stage. And right now, I have an amazing pleasure, a huge pleasure to invite here my longtime friend and partner of Webit, Timotei. Timo, please join on the stage. Timotei Gaia is the Managing Director for Central Eastern Europe of HTPool. This time, he promised me he's going to make an announcement. Are you going to keep your promise?
On the last slide, yes.
All right. Thanks a lot for this. All right. The
Good.
floor is yours. Thanks,
Thank you,
Timo.
thank you. So, thanks for having us here, and I'm really happy to be on Webit here in Sofia again. I consider Sofia kind of one of my homes, because I'm here very often and I like it very much. So, what is HTPool for those who don't know? We are a cross-channel ad network with presence of majority of CEE markets and also in Asia, with international focus outside US and Western Europe. And I'm going to be addressing 3 main questions today. So first thing will be, what are the key challenges of cross-channel advertising? Then what are the preconditions for its effective and actually successful implementation and execution? And lastly, what is the role of programmatic and automatization within cross-channel advertising as well? So let's start with first. So basically there are a lot of fragmentation going on in terms of, and a lot of questions related to advertising to your prospective customers now in this age of multitasking and multi-device, right? And there are basically several challenges in terms of high fragmentation in user behavior, in their preferences, and also high fragmentation in the media consumption, right? And while users, how to say, surf or switch between channels, right? The marketers, they're still going, they're still using one single or few channel approaches, right? Or on mobile or on desktop. So there's basically one single approach. And that's why it has to be changed in a sense that structure and processes within the marketing departments should be aligned, should be adjusted in order to tackle this challenge and address it properly. And lastly, there's again a huge fragmentation in terms of available technologies and also inventory resources. So this means that there are basically hundreds of networks, DSPs, ad exchanges globally, or even regionally, marketing platforms, optimization tools, and they all focus mostly on one channel, or display, mobile, video, search, social, whatever. So, and also mostly focused on one device. And then the question comes, which tool to use, which inventory source to choose, how to use it, how to basically implement it, all this. So it's getting complicated, complex, right? So if you can have an overview of current situation, we have basically huge fragmentation in terms of media consumption, and you have huge, I would say, ability to choose from many, many, many different technologies, right? But then on the other hand, you have a one single channel, one single device approach. And of course, this cannot really produce optimal results, right? So the main mission that we have is basically to address that cross-channel advertising is the process to go about. So it is really complex, it is challenging and difficult, but it's the only way how to go one step further and improve the efficiencies, right? And this is one of our major H2Pool missions, to simplify this, this process and make it work for everyone in the industry. So I'm going to now describe which are the key, I would say, building blocks to make this transition successful. And in our view, we believe that technology, methodology, and overall broad access to inventory sources, these are the key pillars of successful cross-channel advertising. And if we start with technology, basically we need to understand what is the role, how we put this in the whole landscape, say. In the beginning, technology was there on the market as an enabler, right? There was ad serving in the first phase in 2003, and basically this represented the main building block of the whole ecosystem, of the whole industry, right? And then in the next phase, it got commoditized. It was readily available to everyone, and it basically enabled the whole market to grow. And it was not until end of 2007 where first exchanges appeared, like Right Media at that point. And then that phase from 2008 until basically now, where huge explosion of innovation hit our industry basically. So hundreds of tools, platforms, optimization tools, exchanges, and all this, right? So, but all this basically just increased the whole complexity of our world, our industry, right? How to actually approach all these things. And until now, there's still no solution that would help or fully support a media planner to execute its own campaigns cross-channel, cross devices, and especially not in premium segment. So what is the role of technology actually? So in our view, it's basically based on artificial intelligence. The ad technology solution should fully support marketers, media agencies, with them performing across channel, across devices. This technology should enable them switch budgets and optimize budgets and take the advantage of all the synergies from among these different channels. At the same time, it needs to enable these marketers to really efficiently use and understand what to do with the whole technology. So this is basically the main role. Second part, of course, it's the whole cross-channel approach, the whole methodology. You've seen this picture in previous presentation as well. But basically, the cross-channel advertising specialists need to understand not only a role of each digital channel and its contribution to the desired KPIs, but also he needs to fully understand all the synergies among the channels. He needs to understand how the reallocation of the budget must play within the campaigns. He needs to be able to improve efficiency of the campaign through dynamic creatives. And also he needs to take full, extensive leverage of the automatization and the rules towards their KPIs that can be managed through automatization, right? So basically, and in order for, of course, technology technology solutions, and on the other side, the specialists, to be able to really efficiently perform these campaigns, they should have access to really broad range of local, international inventory sources that can be across device, that can be enabled with multiple or possible targeting options, multiple ad formats, and pricing models. So, and all these should be also, of course, connected to all the major ad networks, ad exchanges, DSPs. So, all this can be it's only possible in a co-petitional open ecosystem, where basically the role of ad networks is to provide the marketers, media agencies with access to their proprietary or third-party inventory. So, combining all these building blocks from before, putting it on the ground as a basis, and putting the technology layer, intelligence layer on top of it, we can have a cross-channel platform. And basically, it leverages all these benefits that I was discussing in previous slides. And of course, programmatic and automatization have key roles into enabling this kind of platforms, this kind of solutions, to, of course, to work. They are the main building blocks. So, for those who don't know what basically programmatic means, I'm sure majority of you are already familiar with it. It's basically a way of buying media in an automatic way, actually. Putting aside all that traditional I/O or papyrology and bureaucracy that comes along, right? And why is it important? Well, because if you really try to follow how, at what pace it's developing, it's already right now really huge. And in the next 3-4 years, it's planned to even increase 3 times globally. And on the other hand, what basically does automatization do for you? So it actually really simplifies or fastens the whole processes when you're dealing on certain channels. For example, you're using a Facebook campaign. So you can really increase the speed and efficiency while using these tools. And basically, there are a few areas where you can really go in detail. I'm going to talk a bit in a few seconds more. So the role of programmatic actually is expanding really rapidly, and it's going from long tail. We know Google is already there and taking that part, but it's going to premium. So, and this means that all major publishing brands globally already allocating a lot of bigger stacks of their inventory to the programmatic buy, and it's going there with higher and higher pace. At the same time, it's extending from display, of course, also to mobile and video. And again, in 3-4 years' time, 70 to 90% of all media buying will be done through programmatic. So it is something that needs to be really considered heavily already today. Just a nice example of how automatization works, for example, in terms of, let's say, Facebook. So let's imagine we have a campaign, €1,000, 2 weeks, a gender, there's a target group 20 to 50, something like that. So in order to make it efficient, successful, you have to set it up properly, right? So we need to provide several targeting segments and segment your audience in the right way in order to make the best out of it. So for example, with 5 age groups, 2 gender groups, and 3 different creatives, you create around 30 ads. And now let's, for example, compare if you do this manually or if you do this through a tool. And for example, you have a campaign setup. You have a bid optimization, so during the campaign, the optimization part. And then you have the report. In total, basically there's over 80% of time savings. And this is a very simple campaign. When it gets more complicated, when you want to do more conversions, more direct KPIs involved in it, or more segmentation, more target groups involved, it adds to complexity. So in this case, tools like this would help you even more. So, in my opinion, in our opinion here, we have basically 3 main benefits that come out from programmatic and automatization. The first one is control. Basically, you as a user have a control, as a buyer basically, you have a control, you have a control of pricing, it's transparent, and you can actually use price discrimination all along your activities, and this is a huge benefit. Second one is, of course, convenience. You have everything at one place, you have access to all of it, and it reduces manual workload, right? And thirdly, of course, result of all those 2 before, basically efficiencies on 2 levels. First one is operational, and first one is operational, where you actually reduce the whole workload. You really can streamline the processes. And second thing is, of course, financial, where you actually gain. You gain in terms of media buying. You increase the efficiency either for on the agency side or on the client side, or both sides, basically, right? So this is a huge thing. So basically, from our standpoint, from HT Pool, we've been developing and investing heavily in such a platform since 2008, and we are very close to having a complete picture here. So that's why this year we are launching the first RTB-enabled networks across our markets. Bulgaria also will come really close, and here, of course, is with a partnership of UpNexus, our preferred partner here, that we are developing the whole ecosystem across our region. And the second, basically, main thing, which is, of course, the announcement that I wanted to make today for the first time publicly. We actually launched our own social optimization tool, which is right now in a private beta stage with several media agencies and major clients testing it across Europe and Asia. And we're planning to have it on a public beta in this quarter. So anyone who would like to really go into detail and see what these tools can do for you, for example, on Facebook advertising, can contact us to start first testing. So with this, I would like to thank you for your attention and, of course, enjoy the rest of the day.
Timo, I'm just finalizing my tweet on how great was your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's so informative and giving a great overview of the programmatic and how it goes. And congrats on thanks for keeping your promise on launching here this private beta.
Yeah.
So
it's a huge opportunity, and it's really a great tool for everyone using, specialized in Facebook. It helps really, really a lot.
Great. Thanks a lot.
More over dinner. Thank you.
Right, yeah, I mean, you'll stay here for the discussion panel anyway. So, well, thanks for sticking with us. We continue with another great story from, if not the biggest, probably one of the biggest in the world, players in the programmatic world. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome here Mariusz, who is going to walk us through the deep depths of the programmatic buying. So thank you for joining us. Absolutely pleasure having you here. Mariusz is absolutely amazing speaker and covering exactly the region of Central Eastern Europe. So everything we do here, we make sure that we are absolutely on track on the challenges that we have on these markets. The floor is yours.
Thank you
Mariusz.
very much. I've seen an amazing tweet. I don't know if you've seen that. Somebody tweeted that when I grow up, I want to be like you. So it's a great job you do here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm challenged and excited to be here. I'm excited because it's an outstanding opportunity to stand here in front of you on such a great event. I'm challenged because I have 10 minutes, and it's sometimes not enough to say hello and to introduce yourself. But we've heard a lot about call to action, about time today, and it reminds me a story from just 2 days before when I was putting my daughter into sleep. I was reading a book to her, I finished, and I said to her, tomorrow when you will wake up, I will not be here. I will leave, I will go to the airport, and I will come back in 2 days. And she asked me, oh no, Dad, do you really have to go? And I said, yes, I will be on a conference, so I will come back in 2 days. And then she said to me, you know what? Why? Now I have to wait for 2 days. Why didn't you go 2 days before? Now you would be back and I wouldn't have to wait at all. And it really made me think that we perceive time differently. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm representing Semantic Labs, the company which was founded in Berlin in 2009. The company which was founded by 3 amazing guys, 3 German people which became my close friends. And I'm really happy because they have asked me to be one of the 2 people who are running the first office outside Berlin. We've launched an office in Warsaw, office which is responsible for all the CEE markets. And it was such a great success to do that the founders decided to go much, much further. And right now, we are having campaigns in more than 65 countries and having 16 offices. And it helped us really to understand how to work in programmatic with our clients, how to talk to them, and how to find new solutions to give them a possibility to work better. Just to start, when we have started, it was all about real-time bidding. But soon after that, we discovered that it's not only about buying media. Real-time bidding gave a huge opportunity to buy media in massive amounts, but no longer in packages, but by analyzing individual impressions, individual users. But soon after that, we realized that there is much, much more in this, because we saw that with programmatic pricing, when we calculate the value of a particular user, we can really do it smartly and to think what's the possible value of a single person to our clients. We also knew that if we want to buy a user, if we want to target him with ads, if we have spent money, if we have spent resources to analyze and to decide if we want to buy a user, then there's nothing worse that we could do as to give him an ad which is not referring to his interest. That's why we also put a lot of effort to create a tool which is doing programmatic messaging, which is reflecting needs and interests of our users. I will talk really briefly about a few things that we have discovered during the work with the clients, talking to them, and what we see that it's really important in case of programmatic. And first thing would be acquisition. When we started, we mostly did retargeting campaigns, when we were trying to bring back the user who was on the page, but he didn't purchase, to bring him back and to convince to make the transaction. But soon after that, when we were talking to clients, we also seen that, okay, they are really happy with what we did with retargeting, but they are also searching for new users. They also want to acquire people who are never on the website, but they would probably come to the page and buy something. And then we start to ask a lot of questions. We ask, okay, what are the figures that you are facing now? What do you do where you do the campaigns where you search for new users? And they said for us, for example, that, okay, the problem is that when we are doing campaigns, we are getting sometimes problems with bounce rate around 30%, 45%. So we started to think, okay, what to do to help them, what to do to make that figure smaller. But of course, that's not all, because what we knew that the bounce rate is just one factor. We knew that what this customer is actually thinking about is ROI, is customer lifetime value. So that's why we started to think, okay, what are the purchase intentions and what are the purchase behaviors of users from our clients? We started to think, okay, how can we understand what the user is doing, what is his content which is viewed and how he's coming to the transaction. How can we help doing a campaign to our clients to reach out to users in a much better way? What we knew also is a challenge, it's of course attribution. There were already few facts here on the previous presentation about attribution model. We know that on average is 18 interactions between the purchase is being made. But in CEE mostly what I see is that of course clients are focusing on the last click, the duplication. It's a challenge because if we look to the whole situation, we see it more like a cube where there are a lot of parts and there is nothing like the one part which is the most important. We have to also remember that. And knowing that, we decided to go further and to ask our clients, okay, even if the transaction is done, of course, closing is very important. It's very important to be the partner who is helping to the client to close the deal. But it's their job which is done already. No, actually, we search for more information. We ask our clients about CRM system. Okay, what kind of information do you have in your system? Because there are huge amount of data, a lot of information that we could probably analyze. What for? We can try to build loyalty. We can try to think, what should we do if the client came, he made transaction, and what should we offer to him in the next level? We started to think, okay, maybe there's something that we can do not only to make the client buy something, but maybe there is a way to convince him to buy more often, or maybe to make an average order value bigger, maybe to shorten the gap between first transaction and another one. And we started to rethink how it is possible to do that. We knew also that it's very, very important to reach our users, to reach possible clients with targeted message. Because there's nothing worse that we can do than to go with the information that it's not really interested for the user. Especially if you look that we've made research where it was really said that people are 2 times more likely to be affected by a personalized ad on desktops, but it's even 4 times more important in case of mobile. Right now, if I'm speaking right now, I see a lot of mobile phones here. So people are using it everywhere. If they go to store, we see that many, many people are viewing to the products, are checking for the information on the telephone. That's why it's so important to treat that also as a combined solution. That's why we also remember not only about the place where we find the user, we also think about the time. And of course, people act differently in the morning, in the evening. For example, if I want to buy holidays, probably I will talk to my wife. I will ask her, okay, where would we like to go? We probably talk in the evening, then we check on tablet, okay, let's see some hotels. We find something, okay, it's nice, probably we will buy it. Let's sleep and let's decide in the morning. And what happens next? I'm waking up in the morning and first thing I'm thinking, okay, I have to go to the shower, then I have to make a breakfast for my son, I have to wake him up, I have to choose clothes for my daughter, I have to wake her up, and everything is happening and happening. But before that, usually in the morning for like 3 or 5 minutes, what I'm doing, I'm taking my mobile phone and I'm checking if everything is okay, what are the news, and then if suddenly I seen an ad with a hotel I've watched yesterday on a tablet, it came to my mind, yeah, we were talking about that. So I can fastly ask my wife, okay, are we deciding to have these holidays? She says yes, okay. Then I decide, okay, I will go to work. When I have a free moment, I will drink a coffee, then I will book a hotel. What happened next? I go to work, I sit in front of computer, I start to read emails, to write, and of course I forget about holidays, right? And then it's a really crucial moment for advertiser because I was watching the hotel on tablet yesterday. I was watching it in the morning on my mobile phone. So I'm really interested person. And maybe there's really something small that you have to do to convince the person to make finally the purchase. Probably giving a small incentive might be really a key factor in that moment. So if I'm reading in emails, I'm doing some things in the internet, and then if I see another ad with this hotel and maybe with a really small discount, then I see, okay, let's spend 3 minutes, I will do the reservation and I'm done, I don't have to think about it. That's why we look into whole thing as a really integrated solution in a combined way, because when we are working with a lot of clients across CE markets and around the globe, we work with big brands from banking, telecoms, from retailers, and we run a lot of different campaigns, typically sales campaigns, branding campaigns. What we see that it's really important to treat a user as the same person independently of what kind of mobile is using, what kind of device. We have to remember that it's still the same user if he is sitting on Facebook or just viewing the web. And by programmatic, we are able to do that by analyzing every single ad impression, every single user on a really massive scale. And ladies and gentlemen, what I've heard a few weeks ago from my biggest client was the information I just want to share, because I was said that, Mariusz, I would like to tell you that, of course, you're my agency, but actually you have become my most important, one of the most important sales channels that I have now. And this is really something that I would like to wish to all of advertisers that I hear, that they can
starts actually with what we have here today. Any strategy starts with what we know. Strategy cannot be about something that we do not know, and we do not know about the future. So what IBM actually looks and puts as in its strategy, and looks that would be the strategy for the future in IT, is the four things. Actually, it's five, but I will explain. It's four things. One is the mobile, one is the cloud, one is the analytics, and one is the social. The fifth thing is actually the convergence of all of these four things into the one thing.
Thanks for everything you've done. I know that. I know. I hope they started loading. So.
Okay. So I'm glad to be with
you. Promise?
Can we just okay?
It's 10,000 people, and the whole world is there. So
it's my pleasure actually to be with you here today. I'll try to not be distracted.
We don't. I mean, we have 300.
I'm coming from Zagreb. Which is around 6 hours drive from here, and 6 hours and maybe 100 euros in speeding ticket. And actually, what I would like to start with one story. And story is actually a true story. It's my story. It's something that happened last year. It happened to me that I had a car accident. And as a typical IT geek, one of the first things I did, I made a Facebook post. Car crash, total disaster, but I'm okay. In next 2 days, 2-3 days, I collected around 100, 150 likes. I still hope that those likes are not because I had a car accident, it's because I'm okay. By chance, 2 weeks after that, I had to go to my bank. I have the same bank for the last, 20 years. I have my personal banker, many transactions I do with them. I usually do not go to the branch. I do not go to visit my personal banker because there's many ways now you can use your bank, but sometimes you have to go to the branch office. So I meet the lady, it's a lady, and you know what happened? She offered me the 16th or 17th version of the credit card combination with some insurance of something that I really don't need. So she didn't have a clue about what really happened in my life. That's okay. Okay, she's not on the Facebook. I was a little bit maybe disappointed. I wouldn't mind to have her as a friend on my Facebook. Why not? I mean, financing and banking, it's also the, I would say, important part of my life. She would be a very good friend of mine, actually. In Croatia, I use my free time also to write. So I write articles, I write some columns, I write for magazines, I write for portals. And I actually write one column about this story, about the bank didn't recognize, do not knowing anything about me. And it was published in the Bank magazine. So Bank magazine is for the financial sector, so all the banks are reading it. It was 10,000 people are reading actually and receiving this every month. So there are chances that actually somebody from this bank also read it. But no. So, okay, we can maybe have excuse that bank is not on Facebook, or it is on Facebook just to make some marketing stuff and stuff like that. But it's not in a Facebook in a way to listen to its customers, which is a shame. I mean, we are now in 2014, right? But also, it's a shame that, I mean, we are talking about the paper magazine, so they're not even recognizing what their customers are writing about them, complaining about them. So it's something that really make me thinking about what is my relationship with this bank. What I came out is that basically we do not have relationship. I wouldn't call it relationship. It's maybe one-way relationship. Basically what we are doing transactions. So we are okay when we are just doing some transactions. I buy something or I pay something and stuff like that. But besides that, there is no relationship between us. What would happen next? I mean, in the next couple of months, I could perhaps got frustrated by the way the mobile application from that bank works. So then you have two things merging together. I mean, bank does not care about me. I'm kind of disappointed to them. And at the same time, some of their services is not working properly. Perhaps I would change that bank. I mean, if the loyalty is only one way, so it's it will happen like that. And there are many examples. This is just my story. I mean, I'm sure you can also recognize some of your stories in your dealing with. It's not just about. It's not critic about the bank. Maybe perhaps the same is with telco, with your retailer, and with others from who you are buying or taking some services. If we could just for a second put ourselves in the shoes of one company, it could be telco, it could be bank, whoever. What have been done in the last couple of years? It's been a huge investment in the opening a new stores, in designing a new, very sexy web pages, in designing a mobile applications, having a call center, putting content in all of this. So we have been doing a lot of things about the content in the past year, making a huge investment in there. And so the customers are actually coming in some way to this company. Eventually somebody will buy something from us, right? What if we would just stay on the level of transactions? So somebody buys, okay, we make a cash, that's it. So I think now it's actually the excellent time to start to think about how to make this not just transactional, but make it kind of the relationship engagement with the customer. So it's okay to start thinking about, okay, what did she buy? Did she buy anything? What did she like? Also, a very good question I like here is, were we nice? Were we nice when we were communicating with this customer? This is my favorite question. It's very important right now because I can choose. I mean, customer could choose. He could choose to go to buy somewhere else. Also, did that customer recommend us on some, I don't know, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, or made some bad impression of us, so made some negative reference. So these are all very important questions. One of the two maybe really important questions right now raising from that is, do we, through all of these interactions, through all of these different channels, did we actually optimize them? For example, in my case with the bank, was it the optimal interaction that I had with my personal banker? For me, it's not. and I'm the customer, so if it's not optimized for me, so it's not optimized. So whatever the bank thinks it's right, it was not right because I was not satisfied. So there are many ways how we have to, and we really have to optimize across all of this, all of these channels. Also, do we have single client view on our client? So it's totally possible. For example, still when I'm mentioning bank, it's totally possible that now you are making complaints on one side of the bank about, I don't know, about the Swiss franc loan that you have, and on the other side, that other side of the bank does not know it. So that when you enter the branch or doing anything with the bank, that you will be even offered with another loan in a Swiss franc. It's totally possible right now. Things are not connected because most of the data and most of these channels are actually sitting in their separate silos. So there's a silos of branch with their data, with their strategy, with their agenda. There's a silos of online team who is dealing with their data for the website of the company, who has its own agenda, its own strategy. These things are usually not connected enough, or not enough as much as our technology and our customers are actually expecting for us. What happens at the moment is that we have actually spent a lot of money and a lot of time in the last years investing into the multi-channel. So we had to build all of these channels. We had to build a channel for the mobile. We had to build the storefront. We have to invest into the social thing of our way how we interact with the customer. And what actually happens right now is a need to go to the omni-channel. All what I'm actually talking is about transitioning from multi-channel to the omni-channel thing. What is the difference? For example, one of the differences regarding how we treat the need of the customers with what actually customer want. Here's also one example I will cover. So this is my business card. This is my private card with one different bank. The way I use it is for it's gold because I'm traveling a lot, so I do not want to have some limits and stuff like that, because when you are on travel you could be in trouble. And basically I'm using it to pay things and to actually take some cash from the ATM machines. What this card can do, this is amazing thing. It can, and I have checked just last night, it can do on the website, it can do 48 different things, 48 features. So there is, this thing with a bank, with paying thing and stuff like that. Also, if something happens with me when I'm abroad and somebody died, they can travel this guy that is died to my home country. If I have problem with a plumber, with electricity, so I can also use this card and, I don't know, call the assistants, call them, and they will cover part of this cost. You know what is the problem? I don't need all of that. What I actually want, I want to be able to pay with that. I want to be able to pull some cash with it. I want to have the smaller fee possible. I mean, instead of this all 48 features that I don't need, I mean, I don't really want them. I mean, I just want these couple of similar things. What will happen if some other bank will approach me with just these 3 simple things and will be, I don't know, €3 cheaper per month for me as a €3 fee? Perhaps I will change it. So there are many ways how you can actually find, not to guess, I mean, what customer would need, but try to find what actually customer want. Also, what is the difference between multi-channel and omni-channel? The most important thing is not about the transactions, like in my story from the beginning. It's about the way how you interact with the customer. There are also some technical things on this slide. I will be glad to skip them, but it's the way how to actually integrate the things and move from what we have as a software-oriented, services-oriented architecture to something how to pull the data and the insight about the customer from the data we have using some context analytics, using big data and similar. One of the best omni-channel definitions I have found, it's now 1 year old, almost exactly 1 year old. It's from The Economist. And basically it's saying that how the interaction with the customer should look like. And basically, it's coming to that it looks like you have one single salesman, no matter if you're using a mobile, if you're using a web, if you're going to the store. So that it all looks like one single salesman that can predict what I want and that actually knows what I like. I will leave it for a few seconds just for you to read it, but this is very important. I mean, this comes to every industry. It's not just bank, it's not just telco, it's not just retailer, it's all of them. It's also, if you're not in just this high industry business, it's also about how we should perform in our businesses as well. There is one challenge with all of that. So to optimize every of this experience, you must have some kind of platform for that. From IT perspective, you need to have a platform. Because what actually happens, you have separate system for the web. You have separate system for the sending emails. You have the separate system how you treat and how you do your social. You have totally different silos in IT. And to be able to integrate all of this, you really need to have some kind of the platform. So there's a lot of talking about multi-channel and omni-channel nowadays. But it's basically, the challenge is how to move from something that is a concept and a nice idea, how to move it and to actually realize it. In IBM, what we came out with is the idea of the exceptional digital experience. And what we have is IBM Customer Experience Suite. So it's a set of products. There are different products that this suite consists of that actually forms this platform. And to make it simpler, to simplify it for you, it's all about having the integrated analytics. So you want to have analytics across all things you are doing on the web, all the things that you are doing on your mobile, all the things that you're doing with your CRM data. Of course, you will need to have some business process management because you have business processes inside the company. You want to also have them integrated in your omni-channel strategy. There will be some integrated web content management. Of course, you want to build the best world-class content as well that is integrated with other parts, with the data that is coming from the analytics, with data that is coming from the business process. Also, there's a security. I mean, security is becoming really more and more subject even nowadays. I mean, all the things that we can now do with the mobile also opens the questions about the security. So you want to be super secure, and you want to have integrated security across everything that you are doing with your omni-channel infrastructure. Also, you want to have integrated social. You want to have collaboration so that people can easily collaborate. For example, when they're setting up a new campaign, when they're setting up a new content, you want the people to be able to collaboratively work on new content. And also there is a mobility. Of course there is a mobility. You want to have all of that you have done be able to present it in a mobile world so that customers can take it with you, so that you can take it with you. So now it's lots talking about mobility. So it is one of the most important, I would say, or the more important things that you have to integrate into your omni-channel strategy. IBM is maybe not so marketingly known on the market as maybe some other vendors, but what analytics are actually saying, and for the last many years in the area of both portals, about the mobile, about the business analytics, about the enterprise marketing, is actually putting the IBM in the leaders quadrant for many years. For example, in the area of enterprise social software, now is the IDC. It was the third time in a row that put IBM on the first place. There's also one thing. It's not, when we are talking about reinventing relationship, it's not just about the customers. It's also about your employees. Because happy employee means happy customer. So anything that you can do to have the best possible customer, that you have motivated customer, that you have customer that is engaged, is something that will eventually reflect in your relationship with the customer, will eventually reflect in your sales, in your revenue. And there is some of the steps that IBM has recently take. One of these steps is actually acquisition of the Kenexa. Kenexa is a US company which is specialized in the recruitment and the talent management and this kind of thing of HR management. And with that, IBM actually bought more than 100 PhDs in psychology, because there is actually really strong science behind that. I mean, how are we usually hiring somebody as managers? By feeling, right? That's fine, but that's fine to one extent. There's really science behind all that, how to actually find the best people, how to get the best people on board. There are a couple of perspectives when we are talking about employees, what we can do to actually reinvent the relationship with them. So one thing is how to recruit the best people on the market, especially nowadays when we are having social, when we have LinkedIn, I mean, people are there, so we have to go actually after those people and find who are the best for us. Also regarding the engagement, what we usually have in the companies is coming from the communication that came from email. Email is technology from the 1990s. We have mobile, so that's the way how we are communicating inside the company. But also there are one other way, and that is how to use all of that we have in a social area, in a social media, and how to use tools like, for example, IBM Connections is a perfect example of the tools that you can install in your company and start having internal enterprise wikis, enterprise blogs, forums, communities, different kind of things that that are actually known to you from the social media can be implemented inside of your company. And basically, that's
we're absolutely run out of time. But thanks a lot for the great presentation. And please stay for the discussion panels where we can move on.
Sure.
Thanks a lot.
Much. Thank you.
I'm welcoming immediately Marci. Please join us here. Investment Director of Intel Capital on amazing topic. And I will make sure that I take you from this stage immediately to the other stage where I'm actually joining right now in a second actually, where the startups will start immediately after your presentation here. So thanks a lot. Thanks for joining.
Thank you very much. Intel Insight, some would say that we are a bunch of engineers doing the computing power throughout the world. What I want to show you is a video that actually explains that we have human face. Can you run the video? Okay. Sponsors of tomorrow, engineers. I'm coming from a different background. I am more finance oriented. I've been running for a couple of years largest Polish portal as a product VP, and previously worked in a finance sector. I'm working for Intel's division, which is called Intel Capital. I will tell you more about it. We are investing probably one of the largest VC investors, both in the region and globally. The big trends, a connected world. We all know, and we have heard a lot of things about wearables, about Internet of Things, big data. It all comes down to a computing power, to a thing that underlies all these devices. When I was in Bangkok a couple of years, there was a fish market called, and they had a slogan, "If it swims, we have it." In Intel, you would paraphrase it saying, "If it computes, we should have it." As you know, we are almost there, maybe lacking a bit of mobile. What happens during the Internet minute? And you can see that it happens that binary code is transferred from a content providers right now. Want to draw your attention to YouTube. We had a presentation here a couple of hours ago. Google, Facebook, 6 million Facebook views during 1 minute, 2 million Google search queries. This is all doubling every year. You know the Moore's law that says that computing power is doubling every second year. On the devices itself, connected world. Can you imagine that the prediction is that right now we are having almost the same number of devices as we have people. In 2020, there will be 50 billion devices and only 7 billion people. Wearables, our next frontier. I was really curiously listening to the Pfizer VP, and I was trying to figure out the way he will connect Pfizer with wearables. I didn't want to go that direction further. Global wearable technologies market. This is where it's going to be in 2019. Smart watches, smart glasses, smart clothing, smart everywhere. Where are the books? Here. We are quite active on investments in ecosystems, as well as investments in certain companies that provide future outlook for global products. Recently, we have done acquisition of Basis, you might know it. It's a very neat and very technology advanced wearable company, Basis. And Cloudera, as you can see, all the devices that will be connected are there, and we want to connect them through Cloudera software. Internet of Things, not only wearables, but as well everything. I mean, the long time mentioned fridge, shoes, ball, everything that's going to be connected. As you can see, we are a bit of engineers having this 6 to 5 matrix, but what it actually should give you some of the sectors where the smart technology, the Internet of Things will kick in. In-vehicle infotainment. We have a separate fund at Intel that is investing into vehicle app and technology. Transportation, military, big sector. The big opportunity is here. Connected devices growing 300% plus per year, 50 billion devices 2020. Bill Gates said that we are overestimating the next 2 years, but we are underestimating coming 10 years. I tend to agree with that. I think the next 10 years will be absolutely huge, big, phenomenal in terms of technology revolution and technology connected devices. Let me show you how we are riding the wave of this revolution. This is Intel Experience video. You will see some products embedded into this video. Please run that. Is it me running? No.
good 3-4 weeks.
Oof. It's good that his wife showed up to, at the end. Two guys. When I was first watching this video, I wasn't sure. The coming wave, cloud and big data. In the business, we have, I think, a good overview what's going to come in the next 5 to 10 years. But what we see right now, and this is really happening, most of the presentations confirm that, is that if the business wants to compete, it needs to compute. And computing on that level of sophistication in energy, medical imaging, climate, security, really important, content creation. That's something that future companies or future leaders would not go without a computing power. This is where Intel comes in and provides a relevant product. On the Intel Capital side, this is where I work. We do investments, and we do two kinds of investments. First, the investments into the companies or projects that enhance Intel's business, so they're in line with Intel product development, with Intel roadmap. And secondly, we invest into broadening of scope for digital computing power. So these are two main sectors that we invest into. Of course, they can be broken down into different categories. Just to give you a number to compare us or Intel Capital to other investors, we're investing $500 million a year. So far, we have invested into portfolio of companies for over 10 years, more than $10 billion. And in this region, we are investing between $40 to $60 million every year. We have been present into large companies like Yandex, Wirtualna Polska, Mol.cz, Siveco in Romania, and AVG in Czech Republic. Those are the biggest ones. We are not a typical VC. We are more of a corporate VC type. So it means that we don't have a closed time frame for our investments. We still have investments dating back in 1998, 1999. We don't need to exit them. We like them so much that we keep those. Of course, there are some that we are disposing during the years of our investment. We are stage agnostic. It means that we can invest from anything from $100,000-$200,000 up to probably $100 million into one project. So with this, I want to finish and thank you for listening. I will be on the other panels. I think they are quite interesting to see portfolio of startups coming from this region. Yeah. So if you have an interesting startup, please either call me, email me, or somehow get in touch. Thank you. I don't know, I'm fine. I need to run.
Thanks for being here. The startups are in the other room, and now the pitching is already there, so you may join. And here, for me, is real pleasure to invite Anton Titov, who is going to present a 5 to 7, I think, minutes demo for pCloud. pCloud is a fast-developing Bulgarian cloud storage platform with multiple features which are absolutely comparable and even better than some of the world-leading cloud-based companies. Anton, welcome. Tell us a bit more, please.
Thank you, Aniela, for introduction. Thank you for having me here. So, pCloud. What are we doing at pCloud? We are doing something that many big companies are also doing, and they are doing this for years. This is storing and giving access to the user to their data. How we are different? Everybody knows that we are coming to established business with established competition, and that the market, I can really say, is kind of crowded. So how we are different? The fact that we are coming late, or not that late, but to the market gives us the opportunity to study the competition and to produce a better product by looking at the flaws and the good features of our competition. So we do believe we are a game changer because we give users not only way to store their data, but also a really convenient way to use their data, play their music, watch their videos, access their photos, and in a very convenient way. How we are different is that instead of using existing technologies to build a cloud service, we started from scratch and we designed from the very bottom special technology that is designed especially to provide to answer the needs of the users and to provide a better cloud hosting experience. So one of what we give is live access, real live access to your files from every device. In the moment you upload a file, you have access to this file from any device that is, of course, touched to internet. And what we have in our pipeline for really near future is end-to-end encryption. It's something that is very hard to be done right way, but we are designing it from quite some time, and we are aiming to provide end-to-end encryption, meaning that we will be able to store your data without actually knowing what we store. So your devices will encrypt the data even before it gets to our servers. And we are also working really hard in providing business accounts and to allow businesses to collaborate on their files, to give them access on every possible device, in every possible scenario to their files. And we have a vision how to do that in a way better and easier than our competition. Okay, in the end, I will like to say that if you are interested in what we are offering, you are all welcome to register at pcloud.com/webit, and everybody who registers through that link to use our service will get a free 300 gigabytes account for a period of 6 months. And also, this promotion is valid for 2 weeks, and in the end of this 2-week period, we will pick one lucky winner who will get a 1 golden ticket to Webit Istanbul, and also he will get 1 terabyte of lifetime free storage, and also 2 other lucky winners will get 1 terabyte accounts only for lifetime. And that's all. Okay, we are hiring. We are here in Bulgaria. We are moving fast. If you think that you are technical genius or any kind of genius at all, and you have a vision how we can do this better and faster, you are welcome to contact us. Thank you.
Thanks, Anton. Thanks for being here. I would like to invite on the stage Marta Klepka. Marta, welcome.
Hello.
She's Group Digital Director CEE with a key regional lead, Publicis Group, and she will invite all the rest of the participants in our panel discussion, Big Data for Advertisers. Marta, welcome.
Okay, two guys. Hello, guys. Stay for the discussion. Discussion is always the best part. It's better than the marketing bullshit and presentations. Come. Two guys need to bring the chairs with them because we don't have enough chairs. Let me invite Timothy Gala, Managing Director, HTT Pool. Mariusz Pawełczyk, Sales Director, CEE, Sociomantic Labs. Timo Hirsiverkenic, Southern Eastern Europe Sales Leader, IBM. Christoph, CEO at NetInfo. Ivo Apostolov, Business Development Manager, BTV Media Group. Peter Delchev, Business Development at Mail BG. And Grzegorz Słowatyński, Sales Director CEE from Nagat. Welcome, guys. We'll be talking about big data for the advertisers. As the conference is a bit delayed, I will try to make it short. But still there is a lot of discussion there's a lot of subjects to talk about. I would like to, so I think I will just skip an intro for your companies, okay? Because most of you, maybe I would just introduce Grzegorz because Grzegorz had no opportunity to actually present yet. And maybe our guest from Mail. So whoever of you guys didn't have the chance to have a presentation, maybe you can just say a couple of words about yourself, if that's fine. Yeah, and the company you're representing.
About ourselves or about our companies we are
Exactly.
cooperating? Okay, so my name is Grzegorz, as Marta mentioned. I'm cooperating with Nagat, a German company. Nagat is a company which provides technology to behavioral targeting campaigns. So we are collecting social demographic, which we collect also some interest data, which can be used into the campaigns. We can also, what is a new thing in our company, we can also deliver this data to any ad server or RTB platform. So nice to meet you.
Okay, Peter, would you like to say something? Would you like to say something as well, Peter?
Hello, my name is Peter Delchev. I'm business development of MailBG. You can find things of me about me on the internet, but beware, there are naked photos. Consider yourself warned.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Christoph. I'm the CEO of NetInfo, and basically we're the biggest Bulgarian media player on the digital market.
Anyone else? So your audience is familiar with all the other speakers already.
Hi, my name is Ivo Apostolov and I'm Business Development Manager in BTV Media Group, which is the biggest media company in Bulgaria. And I'm mainly responsible for the digital products or the internet-based projects of the company.
Okay, thanks a lot. Welcome, you guys. I'm like really a bit astonished, and I must say I'm a bit shy because I'm the only person, I'm the only woman here on the stage, and I have 7 handsome guys to talk to. So lucky me. Sorry. Whoops. So my initial idea was, do you hear me? Yeah. So there's a lot of buzz about big data. So maybe we had a couple of definitions and so on, but basically I think it's good to start with a short definition. So big data will be all kind of data that is basically too big to manage, without tools and dedicated softwares and so on. So this is why there is a lot of talking about big data in the internet industry, because obviously in internet as a media channel there is the most data and information about the users and their behavior gathered. Therefore we are here to discuss the big data for advertisers, and most of the guys is actually coming from the internet industry. And why we are talking big data? Maybe I will just give you some data about big data. I just gathered a couple of numbers. I just want you to hear them. So there was $3.2 billion spent on by companies in 2010 for big data, but by 2015 the spend is predicted to reach almost $17 billion. This is a chief information officer, so the publication from the States is a global information. So there is a lot of money there. The annual growth increases around 40–60% in terms of the data that is gathered all around the world, mostly from marketing, communication, and internet and online. 90% of the world's total data has been actually created during the last 2 years. So we are right now, this is the time to talk about the data or data. It depends whether you're using American or British English. And is it just like geeks, you know, sitting in front of their mobiles that are actually browsing Facebook and Google and they are generating so much data? It's not only about that, because actually big data is a big money as well. So for 100 Fortune companies, the increase of usability of the data they are working with by only 10% can actually bring them on average increase of revenue with $2 billion. So this is a lot of money besides. Behind the big data. So basically, I would like to ask the guys why big data is important in your company, and you know what you are doing for what you can offer for advertisers to help them to monetize their big data. If I could ask, I'll start maybe from NetInfo as publishers.
Thank you for the question, Marta. If you can please put on the presentation on the screen, I have just put several slides in there. So I think the first way that publishers and advertisers can work together, and they are working together, is by the publishers' help of defining of the audience of the specific advertiser. So we are content creators. We manage platforms where people create content. So, and I really mean for all publishers. So it's the next slide, please. And we know content, and basically we know the audience which is viewing specific content. And with tools like Nugget, like HTTP Pool, like Smart Ad Server, like AdOcean, like all the serving platforms, basically we can give this valuable input to the advertisers and help them find the right audience according to the content that we know. So this is a very, very, very important topic in our opinion. So next slide, please. The other way that we can help advertisers, and we're working really closely with them, is to actually give them the right format. So, like Timot was mentioning, there are like 1 million possibilities in digital to advertise, to do the formats. There are like thousands of platforms on which you can do it. And for an advertiser, it's like crazy to figure out exactly which to use. So since we own the platforms, since we know them, since we know exactly which positions under which content are converting in a specific way, we can basically give this valuable insight to the advertiser and, for example, give them the numbers that the CTR of a video banner are much higher on a video platform than on a, for example, news channel. So, and the third slide, please. And so these are two things already: audience, formats, and the third thing is that we know the platforms and their usage, and we know the prime times of each platform. So, for example, if we're looking at a video sharing platform like VBox 7, the peak time is at 7 p.m. and we can recommend to the specific advertisers or agencies that if they want to do a campaign which will be viewed on the TV and in the same time on the video sharing platform, then they should pick this time, for example, and again, according to the first two verticals, target it for the right content and the right audience. So we know the prime times, we know the platforms, we know the content, the audience, and the formats that are working. And the next slide, please, would show an even better example. It's since we already did a lot of product placements, but it's the next slide, please. Yeah. So it's a weather service, and we checked that 25% of unique visitors use the weather service prior to making a trip somewhere. So when a traveling company came to us and was choosing from our X number of sites which one to use, we recommended this platform. We recommended the game format, which we knew was more engaging, and we targeted it really, really well. And therefore, basically the last insight from the presentation is really that the platforms, the format, the audience related to the content, because we saw a lot of big data information today, and it's vital that it is related to the content, because that's what people do online. They use content. Is pretty crucial, and publishers can really, really help advertisers on this maze. Yeah. So Marta, did this answer your question more or less?
Yeah, more than, yeah. So let's go to further questions, and I'll be trying to make sure that everyone will be answering, because I don't want to ponder too long on one question. We had a discussion beforehand, and actually we had a guest as well here from let's say from more offline industry. And we had this discussion that you don't feel comfortable with advertisers and agencies right now, because you think that they don't have the big data strategy. Actually, in Publicis group right now, I'm working with Zenit Optimedia and Performix. We are actually having, we believe that the data strategy for an agency is the crucial thing, because we are basically the oil to make the whole machine work. So the foundation are the tools, like retargeting, advertising network, using all the tools in-house. But so we are working with external experts, but then we are building our capabilities in-house. We start to basically hire. It starts from the head. So we are hiring right now global chief data officers and so on. But of course, also in Central and Eastern Europe, slowly we see this trend. In Poland, Czech Republic, we start to use tools in a more informative way and more advanced way. So how is it with TV industry basically? What challenges are you facing?
First of all, the TV industry is measured much harder than online, because when you're in the online business, more or less you can get or ask your users to provide you the data that you want to use further. But in TV, it is broadcasted by intermediates, which generally do not provide that data back to the publishers, to the broadcasters. It's the same issue with the telecoms and the mobile traffic. This, of course, is normal, because it is sensitive trade data for these companies. But what we can actually do as a multi-channel media, and we are doing in order to how can I say, to avoid such type of issues in measuring who is watching what, who is watching it when, is that we can provide solutions that are much more interesting for the advertisers. For example, second screen is something that no one else does in Bulgaria except of us. And it allows an advertiser to be bought on the TV advertising, and at the same time on online, where he can target much more precisely the audience he's interested in. And the data itself, it is gathered, and the serving is provided by us. That's, I think, very typical for our region, each publisher to gather his own data and to sell the advertising possibilities by himself. And more or less we are on the same page, except that we are trying to combine the television and the broadcast experience with the online experience, and I think we are quite unique in that.
Okay. to hear. Yes, actually, after talking with my agency here in Bulgaria, I see that the market is pretty advanced, and you have some solutions that are really surprising. Grzegorz, I wanted to come back to Nagat as a data expert. So how basically you guys are making big data smaller for the clients? It means more usable, you know. How-
okay,
how-
yeah, how to make it
how to
usability,
make it work,
yeah,
yes.
how to use it, and generally big data, it's not new thing from my point of view, yes, because I'm familiar with that since 2007. Yes, I think that all the things with this big data, it's not only some kind of trend, not only a kind of something new what has just appeared. Yes, from my point of view, it's not only collecting data, yeah, because there are a lot of information about users. There are a lot of places where we can collect data, but from my point of view, it's more education, yeah, and to make this data more usable, we have to educate. Yes, we have to show what are possibilities to use this data are. Yeah, so for example, I don't know if you are running branding campaigns. Yes, you have to know that you have to use some different data than you are running, for example, performance campaigns. Yes, how to make it easy to use? We have to educate. Yes, we have to cooperate. We have to talk about the effect of the campaigns. We have to analyze everything.
Any other opinions? How to make big data smaller?
It's also really important because when I'm talking to clients, there's still a lot of data talks, and people are saying, yes, we have huge amounts of data. We are measuring everything, every single what you can do. But in many cases, I had two problems when I was talking to clients, because they told me that problem number one is that sometimes they even don't have a good enough person to analyze all the data. And even if they have, sometimes the problem is that if they decide to make some kind of a change, the process is so long, and they have to get acceptance of many different company places or people. Sometimes it takes a long time to change something, that it's really becoming a problem. And it's really important to help to advertisers, or in general to companies, to use the big data really smart and really fast, because what is worth doing some changes on big data from last year if you are right now facing something completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. I think that especially in programmatic industry, because this is where the big data is very big deal. So we need it, and actually there is a lot of discussion right now on the emerging market about programmatic, but we really do not have a good third-party data right now to use, to target. I think at least this is our experience with VivaKey. And we do a lot of interesting projects with publishers. So this is why I wanted to push the question to the publishers, for example, to our guys from Mail. If we would like to enter right now, we are having, as an agency, we have a trading desk. We want to work with publishers to work to buy an automated way from you. What kind of data is available at all from, for example, from mail.bg that we could use?
Well, basically, what we have now is demographics in terms of age and sex and location. Basically, back in 2008, we launched a behavioral targeting, which was quite innovative back then, and it didn't take off at all, unfortunately. It didn't find market ready to buy behavioral targeting. Also, what we before I embarked on MailBG, I worked for one of the telecoms, and what we found there was a showcase with one of the sister operators that launched a hyper-targeting service for mobile advertising, and it didn't take off at all. Basically, it's very hard to explain to an advertiser or an agency that it might be more important to find the 1,000 people who are ready to buy than to pour your advertising on top of 100,000 people. So basically, for now, we are offering age, sex, location, and basically we can find a lot of different information if we are asked to. Basically, we operate huge amount of data, and it has been ever since. For 15 years we have been doing it, and we are able to find quite a lot of interesting dependencies in this data, but we have to be asked about it. And another thing is that most of the advertisers do not give feedback to us about the success of the campaign. Most of the time we just get it was successful or it was not successful, but we do not get any insight, so we cannot optimize on the inventory based on the feedback, and we have asked about it several times. I guess it's pretty much the same with all the publishers on the market. Our market is kind of very well separated and hidden chunks of data at each of the stages. So yes, you can buy, you can serve your advertiser quite well, but you have to come to us to speak with us, and I think we'll have a way to find your target audience.
Okay, so we find a solution. And Timotej, because you guys are one of the leaders with HTT Pool, with automated selling and basically using of advanced technologies, what's your strategy? What's mostly monetizing right now?
Well, it's getting there slowly, since everything is pretty much in. A lot of things are in its really in early stages, but what we want to do is try to really take away all this fuss about big data and all that, because it's not really important for the advertisers. What is important for them is what they can get, how much they can buy for, and what their ROI, right? So our strategy is the following: is to try to really be as open as possible, because as I mentioned already in previous presentation, it was like we have to have an open ecosystem where companies among each other really openly cooperate, and this basically is this competition model. And this means that in our case, for example, we're using a nugget, using something else, we are gathering our own data, but it's under the roof. So it's basically a really important integral part of, for example, the intelligence layer that we need to have on our ad platform in order to being able to provide the cross-channel, cross-device advertising, and this is pretty much it. So it has to be in the package, but then it's about communicating to the clients, to advertisers, to agencies, what they can get out of it, how they can benefit for, and how they can actually integrate that into their planning process, because the main obstacle for growth and for really going ahead in developing and in changing the way things were done in the past and now to the new models is basically to invest into knowledge, into competence. And when people understand what they can get, secondly, how they can get it, then it's easier to move forward and to basically to offer it, and it will pick up. Behavior targeting, as you mentioned, we had the same problem. We are selling it here. We have it in Bulgaria, also in other markets, but it's just sometimes maybe even our fault because we didn't sell it too well, obviously, because the agencies, the clients did not perceive it as an added value. On the other hand, it was also at that time too early, so the market was not ready yet. So it's a mixture of everything, and it's about communicating and really understanding what it's all about. And once the level of knowledge in the industry is coming to this critical mass, and it's going to be much easier, and the adoption rate will be much faster.
Okay, great. Tihomir, I would like to give you also the voice, because when we're thinking about data, then we think about audience, and then we think about social. So is Facebook the only company that is sitting on social data? And if not, how we can work with that?
Definitely, Facebook is not the only social media that the data should be acquired from when we're talking about big data. And actually, now thinking about what all we have been saying here is bringing me one thought. It's basically that marketeers actually do not need data. Especially they do not need big data. They just need the insight. The final result, it's on the line what colleague also said. And so that's basically what what IBM is actually trying to achieve, to be as much as possible close to the customer and try to find what customer actually wants. There's many challenges when we are talking about big data, sorry. And these are basically the IT challenges as well. How to capture all of these data, how to store all of these data. I mean, if we are talking really about the enterprise-wide big data platform, then there is something that is really something that puts really challenge to the customer. IBM has covered end-to-end everything. So from the way how to set up, how to capture the data, how to store the data, also how to set up the services, how to set up the strategy for big data. It's also one very important topic. So at one point in time, company has to decide going or not going into the big data story and make the strategy for that. Also, there are many other consulting services that can help customers how to actually do it. And how usually IBM is doing this thing, and this now is coming to your point, sorry, to your question, is making it on a platform way. So we now have some of the social media. Some of them are already dead. We do not know which one will be popular in the next 4 to 5 years. But in any way, we have to set up this big data strategy in a way that we can actually capture what we have now and what we will have in the future. So that's one of the, I think, really important thing when we are talking about big data and the social.
Okay.
Because of its unpredictability, what will happen in next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, even in 6 months. So.
Okay, so far we have the companies need to have big data strategy, basically a data strategy, how to approach it. We have another conclusion that we need to work as an industry, we need to cooperate, because there are a lot of layers that we can cooperate about. Everyone is offering something different, and actually talking about cooperation, this is something that we are witnessing as an agency right now. In CEE, we want to buy the data, and when we want to buy an automated inventory, but we have a challenge to convince the publishers, the inventory providers, media providers, that this will not necessarily mean that they will lose money. They will actually be able to monetize. They will be able to have also a lot of control. We can set minimum prices. We can set floor prices and so on. Do you have any other hints how to convince basically media owners to enter this programmatic area?
That is one of the issues that I wanted to mention from the point of view of a publisher. A lot of agencies and technology providers are actually they want to facilitate the process of advertisers to reach specific targeted audience based on the big data that is collected. So it could be demographic, it could be content, or it could be behavioral data. The major issue is that companies like us have invested a lot of time and money in building a brand that is recognizable on the market, and when we sell our inventory, we want to not only sell the inventory, but to create an emotional connection between the advertiser and the publisher and the end user. And the problem with such third-party services that they're not interested where the inventory is. They're not interested who the brand is. They're interested in finding exactly the right people. It doesn't matter if they're in our site, if they're in some other site, and that's a problem for the publishers themselves on the market. And I think that this is one of the major reasons that why they don't want to provide that data.
Okay, maybe I think it's called competition.
It's an interesting reason, but definitely don't agree with that. There are several sides of the story, but the thing is, first thing is, advertisers are moving away from buying inventory, and they want buying audience. This is the first point. So more and more is going that direction. And secondly, the fear that the publishers just mentioned is basically it's based on a past, I would say, past way of doing the business. So all of the benefits that can get with a programmatic and all the fears that were addressed can be easily in a way managed if properly structured and addressed the whole point. So in my opinion, the main thing is here that the publishers should go much more into detail. What are the possibilities? What are the things that advertisers actually need? And in the end, also understand their own, the whole holistic inventory, meaning on general, you can say that every publisher has pretty much 3 kinds of inventory. This is really broadly speaking, but for better understanding. Have a premium part of the inventory, which he will be selling on his own anyway, anytime, all the time, because it's his brand, and this is about how basically advertisers or whoever wants to assimilate with this brand. Then you have a long tail, where Google is there, pretty much, and it's about conversions, clicks, and all that. But then you have this mid-tier, I would say, or secondary premium inventory, which is really important, and which on its own publishers cannot really monetize at best with higher CPMs, with higher prices, simply for the reason because you cannot basically sell one thing for one price and sell the other thing on the other price. So here is a big gap where networks, DSPs, exchanges, and all the other players come into place with programmatic. Why? Because all this inventory with proper rich media ad formats, with proper pricing, with proper targeting, can really increase the level of the whole eCPMs and of course also the level of sell-through rates. So that's why I think it's the main obstacle here is, I would say, still lack of knowledge, and it's all just a matter of time because these things works globally and we will come also on other markets.
Okay, as Plamen is here, I think we need to finish.
Oh yeah, can I have it? I know big data makes big panel. Yeah, obviously. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're all hungry, aren't you? So how big data can keep you away from food? That's my question now. But I guess I'm gonna get it later once you come back relaxed.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for being here. Amazing panel, really appreciate it. And I'm so proud that we're bringing such a great guys here on the stage of Webit. So thank you very much for joining. And for you, please mind, we're so much late. Thank you. Who said this? How do you know we're late? We're so much late. Let's make the break only 35 minutes. Please come back immediately after this. We're going to be starting anyway because we need to end this event at some time in the afternoon. Thank you very much again. being one of the first Webit ambassadors in Bulgaria, Ivo Tsekov is the best person to be here invited on this stage to share his knowledge and his vision on the Bulgarian landscape, digital landscape for this year and the upcoming one. I know that it's going to be a challenge for Ivo because he's been speaking at other events just a couple of months ago. So he promised he's gonna bring some brand new data. I gave him one more challenge, to be honest. I told him about what we asked him to speak about a week ago, actually 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. So I know that for 2 nights they didn't sleep. But so welcome very, very kindly Ivo and Anton on stage. Join us. Ivo, thanks for joining.
Thanks.
So the floor
Thanks,
is yours.
Plamen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Plamen. You're exaggerating all these matters about us and our activity, but anyway. Okay, there is the... So we'll start again. It was maybe 2-3 weeks ago. We present the advertising landscape in Bulgaria, here at the same place, for 2013. Now we'll start with this data. I'm sorry if some of you have already seen this, but for our guests, we will start and make a short view of this landscape with Anton. Then he will follow with the mobile and where is mobile on our market. So all this concerns our market. In the beginning, the slides, because they are from the same forum 3 weeks ago, it's in Bulgarian, but we will interpret this in English. Starting with the gross advertising budgets from year 2009 to 2013, it's obvious that the budgets on the gross scale, they are growing, but this is upon the official data from the people metric system and all the system that is measuring the TV, press, outdoor, and internet. This is the split between the different type of media for the same period. And you can see that the internet is going down. It's again on the gross scale in million level. This is again the split, but you can just make the difference between 2012 and 2013. The TV is going a bit up as a very conservative market in this crunch. The internet on gross level is losing a bit of its share. The radio is the same. Press is losing a small part, and outdoor has a small increase. So this is the real figures upon our vision and investigation for the last couple of years, and it's obvious that practically the net advertising market is going down. So the conclusion is that the advertisers, they get more and more advertising for less money. This in general. And this is the assumption of the situation for 2013. The overall gross budget is going plus 10% up. Practically, the net money in advertising in Bulgaria going a bit down. Not significantly, but down. This is for the TV figures, again 80%, but on net level, there is a small increase in the net TV budget. You see this in press, radio, out-of-home advertising is doing well, and it's a bit stable for the last 2 years, and internet. Unfortunately, because this is a Webit, I have to explain why this is the effect, especially for internet and digital. And practically, one reason is the crunch, and the other reason is that more and more significant budgets are going in Google and Facebook. This is the reality. So practically, the local publishers, some of them, they have a small increase in their revenue, but overall market is going down as a gross and net figures, which is can't make us quite happy. So I'd like to point on the mobile part of the market, practically saying everywhere around we are in front of the screen, whatever is, it's a big screen when you're on the cinema, then the smaller screen, which is a TV, then the computer, then you have a tablet, mobile telephone. Everywhere, practically, we're communicating behind the screen. So this screen environment is dramatically changing the viewership of all of us, and especially the teenagers and the young audience. So the data that we get is from November 2013 out of the Google Consumer Barometer is that in Bulgaria, 2.05 millions have smartphones. Nearly 600,000 tablets are sold in Bulgaria. According to the statistics in Bulgaria, there are 7.3 million people, and 3.5 of them are in active age. So having this data, the conclusion is that more than 60% of people in Bulgaria are mobilized. In the middle of 2013, the smartphones are among the 5 best bought items. It's according to the data from the banks and credit institutions. The tablets are going from the place number 9 to place number 6. Then out of this, it's obvious that the mobile screens are more and more in our reality. The other big fact for Bulgaria is unique among the nearly all the European countries with the fact that we have the internet connectivity practically everywhere with 3G mobile connections over the 4 mobile operators, on a quite acceptable prices. And the other thing is that we have hundreds of free Wi-Fi zones, and they are not just Wi-Fi zones. They're working on the quite high speed. The movement Release Internet, they have more than 6,000 free hotspots in Bulgaria, and there are other organizations that they have more than 100. So practically, Wi-Fi free zones, we are among the best positions in Europe. So the next part of the presentation is where is mobile, and I'll give the floor to my colleague Anton.
Thank you, Ivo. Important statistics over there. So where is mobile? I would say something. I would say this year is the year of mobile. Next year is the year of mobile. You probably all have heard these statements a couple of times or maybe 10 times over the years. The fact is that mobile marketing budgets in Bulgaria are growing. They are growing at a steady pace, but we don't feel that the market is realizing its full potential. So we reckon something must be scaring off advertisers. What can it be? I mean, Ivo mentioned some important statistics. Can it be that there are not enough users? Oh, oops, sorry. All right. Quickly, I'll try to move to the presentation. Yeah, the only mark button over here, missed it.
Yeah.
All right, so can it be there are not enough users with smartphones and tablets in Bulgaria? I reckon not. I mean, this statistic over there on the screen, it's, as Ivo said, from November, the end of October, it's 2 months before Christmas. That's 6 months ago from now. So the population is over there. It's looking at those devices, using them constantly. So it's not that. It's not that what is scaring advertisers. People are there. Can it be we don't have internet access in Bulgaria? I would say not. Again, Ivo mentioned this. This is an actual map from the organization Release the Internet. Very nice initiative to everybody to open their Wi-Fi zones. You see there's a coverage of the whole of Bulgaria, not only the capital or the big cities. So it's not that. We have internet. In fact, we have the fastest broadband internet in Europe. And that's a fact. I mean, that's an undeniable fact. So it's not that that is scaring advertisers. What else? I mean, you would say probably, all right, Wi-Fi. What about 3G? Ivo mentioned that 3G in Bulgaria is fast, it's reliable, it's everywhere. The fact that we have it in the subway system, the whole subway system, although not a big one, is a big factor. I mean, people there use their phones and tablets constantly. I don't know how many of you use the subway as much as I do. I made that picture on the left. Totally unrelated people between each other. 13 or 14 of them using their smartphones. Only the grandma, which is with the orange jacket, didn't use her smartphone. So it's a fact, again. So, all right, we have users, we have internet. What can it be? Can it be that mobile advertising doesn't fit well with other more traditional channels? It is well known that Bulgarians love sitting in front of the TV. Bear in mind, I'm saying sitting in front of the TV. That's very important. That's very important because when people sit in the front of the TV, it's a question, is anyone watching your commercial from an advertising point of view? Can I ask for you to play the video, please, from the organizers? Very much appreciated. Just click on the picture.
I'm just taking the chairs, not playing the video.
All right, thank you.
Well, that's it for the first quarter. We'll be right back. Word from our sponsor.
Oh, shh. The commercials are on. The commercials are on.
Introducing the Fuego Burrito. Piled high with seasoned rice, beans, and a blend of 3 fiery cheeses. So if you're hungry for danger, hurry in now.
Yeah, Adobe should thank us for that brand exposure we just did, but I really do love that commercial. It came just after the Super Bowl, or before it, I'm not sure, but it was during the Super Bowl time when, you know, all those big budgets, they go up for TV advertisement, but that was like 3 years ago. Nowadays, big brands in America at least, they know when they have a TV campaign, they have to. I mean, literally have to. It's not an option. They have to supplement it with some kind of a mobile communication. Because I don't know how many of you would say that in front of the TV, people actually hold the remote. I don't think anybody of you would say they do. I mean, it's a really cool looking big remote over there, but I would say they're using their phones or their tablets or their laptops. So why not give them the power? Why not give them the power to act with your advertisement? Why not give them the power to engage with your message after the commercial has finished? Why not do that? There's a whole new generation coming. Generation that was born during such times, and you have to be ready to advertise for it. Now is the time to make mistakes. Now is the time not to be afraid. It is, I mean, you know that it's a cliche, but it is good to fail, because when you fail, you learn most of the lessons. So fail now,
Try different things. Don't be afraid in your advertising campaigns, and you'll be ready when those guys grow up, or at least they have enough pocket money to buy your goods. Don't forget, you all know that social and search advertisement is inherently mobile. A lot of the time, when there is a search inquiry from a user, or he's creating social content, he's doing it on the go, through a mobile device. So adapt your social and search campaigns to be relevant to the mobile user. Do not put everything under the same hood. Do not mix stuff. Oh yeah, this is my model slide, because since the morning I heard you have to have a model slide for people to like the presentation. Moving on. You have to understand when different devices are used. Again, differentiate between a tablet, a desktop, and a mobile. Oh yeah, mobile marketing opportunities. Right now in Bulgaria, we're only scratching the surface of the iceberg. Yeah, there are a lot of banner campaigns, a lot of SMS campaigns, a lot of good stuff happening, but there's so much more to mobile marketing. I mean, it's a mass media with all those sensors, all those capabilities right in your pocket. I mean, there's augmented reality, there are mobile pre-rolls, there are Wi-Fi zones you can make, the lot. Try that. Don't get me wrong, banners are also something good. Here is an example for one of my favorite companies. It's called Keep. Its founder actually is the youngest founder in the world to get venture capital, even younger than Zuckerberg. They're disrupting the marketing industry by giving real rewards to people for virtual achievements. So when you finish off, say, a level on Angry Birds, the brand message pops up and says, hey, you're really good at this game. Have these free cinema tickets or whatever. So this shows the power of proper targeting, being at the right mobile moment for your consumer. Very important.
Thank you very much, but we really have to upload your presentation later on.
All right, last slide. There's the last slide. Don't be afraid to be an early adopter. And if you don't go into mobile marketing soon, you'll end up advertising only to that guy over there. Don't advertise only to that guy. That's my message.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a good one. Thank you. Ivo, thanks a lot.
See you later. Thank you.
See you later. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Now you do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great presentation. It was a cool jump into mobile. Even though we announced it as a Bulgarian market overview, I was nicely surprised by this very last moment again presentation. I do appreciate your sleepless nights 2 in a row. Thank you very much for this. Thanks for this effort. And now I have a great pleasure to introduce here a person who is leading MSL Group's digital and social globally. But before Stanislas joins me here, I want to say a big thank you. Here is a sweetheart, an amazing woman who is helping Webit since it was a long time ago. And Maria was actually the first PR agency who helped Webit on the year #1 to grow to this global footprint. She did it for Bulgaria, but obviously it was a great thing. So Maria, come on the stage, I just want to kiss you. Come here. Just a kiss, nothing else. I hope Stefan is not here, huh? Thank you, dear. So, I'm absolutely happy to welcome on stage Stanislas, MSL Group, responsible for digital and social. Thanks for joining us, sir. Good having you here.
Thank you. Hi. Sorry, I'm not a swimsuit model. I understand it's the expectation here today, but you'll just have to deal with me. Yeah, I just had a very interesting lunch actually with representatives of a fairly large brand, and I hope they're not in the room because I'm going to totally contradict myself after 2 hours of talking about advocacy and influencers. When we were discussing the topic of this panel with the organizers, I suggested this one very selfishly because this is a topic I'm particularly interested in these days. Who in this room, show of hands, who works for an agency or a brand where they've been asked to produce something viral? Okay. Who has been asked to make their product as popular as the iPhone? Okay. Usually it happens, and even though you might be making, toothpaste or dishwasher soap, it never fails. I want this to go viral. It's not going to happen. It doesn't mean there's nothing you can do about it. And a lot of this really stems from Facebook. Obviously, Facebook is not the internet. We had blogs and forums and all sorts of things before it. But with Facebook, brands no longer just want consumers. That's so yesterday. Consumers, as if we needed consumers to buy our stuff. Yeah, we need consumers, but we want to reach for the sky. What we really want is we want fans. Lots of them, and we'll pay for them even. We want a lot of them. Supporters, that's one notch higher. Fans, supporters. Why did I pick the Obama campaign? Because there was you could almost feel it when you were talking to clients after the 2008 Obama campaign and the success of myBarackObama.com. You remember that gigantic social network that played a big role in mobilizing the grassroots for Obama. 13 million emails, hundreds of thousands of supporters coordinating the campaign on the ground with that. And suddenly brands were like, whoa, I want that. But it's not the same thing when you're Obama, a transformational historical figure, and toothpaste. You don't have people willing to go knock on door for you to sell you toothpaste for the love of the toothpaste. You do it to change the country. You do it to lead a revolution, to change healthcare. But this is great toothpaste. Please buy it. No. Advocates, always referring back to the Apple model. They want advocates, people that are so passionate about the brand that they wear it on their sleeve, they wear it on themselves. They are just constantly trying to sell it to you. Everything they do is showing how much they love Apple and how boring you are if you don't love Apple. So fundamentally, what they want is amplification. That's the big buzzword these days. Used to be viral, now it's amplification. We want to amplify your message, respond on your behalf, I'll get back to that, and create this multiplier effect where a few advocates at the bottom of the funnel will progressively evangelize, convert more and more people, and basically do your marketing work for you because they love you so much. But most brands are not like that. They're not people you would be willing to, tattoo yourself for. Yeah, it's crazy what you find on Google Image. I mean, yeah, Yahoo, really? But it doesn't work for everybody. Obviously, some brands, I understand Fender if you're a guitar player, Google, Apple, obviously, but again, it doesn't work for everyone. So here's the dilemma that I'm facing on a regular basis with some clients. Especially, I do a lot of work personally in the corporate and B2B space. I happen to love my client in the insurance industry. I know it sounds weird. Right now I'm working with professional accountants. You have no idea how sexy that is on social media, but they're very active. But you're not going to go viral with accounting or insurance, or for bad reasons. So obviously you have to be clear about that from the start. Does it mean that you can't do anything? No, you can, especially in the B2B space, in professional services, you can do stuff and make sure you're known and heard. What brands want, they want advocates who know our products and services, who are credible, very important. And who can help us engage with customers at scale. Because that's often the case. When you're on social media, you're like, great, I've got my Facebook page, and then I've got 50,000 fans. How do I engage with them? There's only one of me, and I take weekends and holidays. Scale is the biggest issue in social media, and you can't have that to be automated. So very often you look outside. Where are my advocates? How can I convert customers? How can I create a system where I have people doing this multiplier effect for me? And very often we just forget that your best advocates can actually be inside your company. Again, especially if you're in the B2B service or professional services. I was looking at this great campaign by Intel this morning. Intel is one of the best companies on earth doing this type of advocacy and engagement of its employees because, yes, they're nerdy and geeky, but they're brilliant, and they are the best to talk about a microprocessor or a certain technology, and they can speak about it better than anyone else can. Some stats, will employees want to share news? Yes, they would. More importantly, they're more credible than the CEO of the company, or the, God forbid, the marketing or PR director. They are instantly more like me. I can relate to them. And if they say this product is good, this service is good because so and so, you're more inclined to trust them. So the multiplier effect, it's quite simple, and we use it with a few of our clients, and we see it's very interesting, not just in terms of quantitative numbers, and I'll get back to that, but also in terms of engaging your employees. You always have, in every company, you always have those few evangelists that love to share, that love to talk about what they do. And they just send emails all the time. If you could just get them to communicate that passion externally, it gets really powerful. So it's as simple as that, basically. You know, with your employees, you're going to have people you can basically trust a lot more. And if you can set up the system, then they can amplify the content you produce. Again, the name of the game these days is very much content. How do you get it out there? Well, ask your employees to help you get it out there. And they can help you. They have their own social networks, and they can help you get it out there. Again, for professional services, it's great because if you're an engineer or if you're a lawyer or if you're an accountant, you have access to networks that are very specific, very qualified, people that you have gone to engineering school with, or accounting school with, or business school, or law school. So you can reach people that are highly qualified and highly relevant to your industry, which you would have a very, very hard time getting to using traditional advertising and marketing. Here's a simulation. Take 5,000 employees, and that's a big number. You do the math. Hopefully, it's right. I didn't check, but I'm sure it is. And obviously, you achieve that multiplier effect. It can be that simple. So it's not rocket science. It seems very easy on paper. It tends to be a lot harder in practice because oftentimes clients are like, well, but our employees don't have the time, or we don't know how to ask them, or we don't know what to ask of them. I mean, if you can't even do it with your employees, why are you trying to get, people on the outside to do it for you? I mean, this should be a no-brainer. These are just some of the companies that are doing it, mostly American companies, mostly in the tech space, but it works very well in the B2B space. I'll show you an example in a second. And it's convenient. This is an example. We have implemented that in our own company because we happen to be professional communicators, so it might make sense for us to help the company communicate its message. It's that simple. So it's that simple. We use a software. It's called Gaggle. There are plenty of other software out there. And what I like about it is that basically I happen to have work during the day, and I'm not all the time on Facebook and Twitter, not as much as I would like it. And basically, I will get a notification in my inbox that my company has posted this great tweet or this great blog post. And as I'm, part of this advocacy program, would I like to share it? So I get that in an email format. I'm not stuck on email. I'm not stuck on Twitter. I might be traveling. I might not be, there might be the time zone differences and all. So I see it. I'm like, yeah, sure. and I have a button at the bottom that says share now on Twitter or share now on LinkedIn. It took me about 2 seconds to read it and press that button and amplify this to a few hundred people or maybe a few thousand people. Cost nothing to the company. It cost me 2 seconds, and I'm happy I did it, and they're happy I did it. It was easy and simple and pain-free. It's measurable. Oh boy, is that important. Metrics. Because when you do advocacy program, it's always complicated to, how many people have you reached, so on and so forth. So those tools are, again, you can put real metrics in front of that, and you can track how much you've amplified the reach of your message. In this case, this is taken from a client of ours who is in the IT industry. It's a competitor of Accenture, if you will, and it hasn't cost them much to set that up, just the cost of the license of the software. And they've achieved the kind of reach that they could never achieve without massive advertising. From the first month that they implemented this, they had more traffic to their website in August than they had ever had in the previous years. And simply by asking volunteers to take part. And it's engaging. You can add, most of these tools now have a gamification layer so that you can actually create incentives for people to participate. So you get points. Every time you share a tweet, it's 5 points. Every time you share on LinkedIn, it might be 10 points. I think it's at Deloitte Consulting. They have a system like this, and at some point they created an incentive. Whoever shares the most and gets the most points will get a Mars bar. You wouldn't believe what accountants do for a Mars bar. It wasn't an iPad, it wasn't a trip to Hawaii, it was a Mars bar. But you get to compete against your peers, and you get to win something, and you get to say it, and it's fun. It's just fun and simple. And at the end of the day, even the cool brands do it now. So it's not a secondary option for brands that are not Red Bull or that are not Nike and that cannot get advocates in the real world. It works for everyone. Coca-Cola is a very good example. This is something they launched just a couple of months ago, I think, because there are lots of people who love Coca-Cola. Some of you might be drinking Coke right now, but will they respond on behalf of Coca-Cola about its products, about questions about nutrition? Will they defend Coca-Cola if it's attacked in the healthcare debate at some point, or if it's attacked for water consumption? All of those issues that are typical issues that soft drink companies face. No, you might love Coca-Cola, you might drink a Coke every day, but you have no reason to get involved in the nutrition debate whatsoever. Again, or sports, they promote sports a lot. Who, again, is best positioned to help you with that? It's your own employees, your own advocates. And again, if you train them not to do spin, if you explain to them that what you're expecting of them is to actually tell the truth and share their passion, you'll be amazed at how far you can go and how much trust you can build for your brand. Thank you. I should have changed this slide because I recently learned that the proper way to say thank you in Bulgarian is actually the French merci. So
that's quite international, isn't it? Merci beaucoup for joining. Merci. Well, that was a great presentation, wasn't it? But wait for more. I mean, it's Webit, so we have more to show. Just for the record, I just gave one stand for free at the Leaders Summit to the best startup who pitched there on the stage. If you haven't been there, you've missed a lot. So we have already one secured startup out of the 200 who will be entering the Founders Games at the Global Webit Summit. And also I gave some other awards there. So, just to keep you updated. And probably, you see some of the polls here. A great guy, which I like very much, Darin from UCC, who is trying to teach the guys a better way to know what they need to know. He's around here. Good to have you here, Darin. Did you do your presentation over there? Was it packed? Good, I like it. All right, so now it's time to say a big, huge thank you again because when we started here, you know that actually we gave only a month advance notice that this is not going to be Webit Bulgaria anymore, that this is going to be Webit CEE, because we started covering regions, not countries anymore. Unfortunately, our team is not limitless, so we needed to make Central Eastern European events, Middle East, North African event, and others on the road. So it was only a month time we gave advance notice to so many people around the world. We already have about 300 people coming from all these countries around Central Eastern Europe. And obviously, at that stage, we were ready to call for a bigger and better and more interesting speakers, because at the end of the day, you are the most important, but speakers should not waste their time, because their time is precious like all of ours. So now we make sure that these speakers really, we add value to them and they add value to you. And our next speaker, Carolyn, is one of these great speakers. She's, I'm reading the title, Regional Business Development Director of Digital Market Intelligence, CMITA GFK. So please join us on stage. Thank you. Thank you for joining. I'm so honored and happy to be here with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So definitely the longest title here to start with, so something impressive to start with. It's always good. Yeah, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm taking a slightly different angle on social media now, so not talking about internal stuff, as we heard just now, but really talking about external, or really the world of your promoters, your fans, your whoever they want to be, so definitely not just consumers. I absolutely agree there. What am I talking about today? It's not just because I think all of you know that, and probably, you know, when you see the presentation title first, you think, okay, so she's telling us now we should all invest in social media, and that's really very important, and yeah, this is what you should do. No, that's not what I'm here for. You've heard that a million times. It's really to basically look at social media from a slightly different angle. So what am I talking about, really? You know, we live in a world of data overload, so you know I don't really need to go into detail there, but really just as a tiny little introduction here. And what we need nowadays is we need to use the data to generate insight. It's this big buzzword, actionable results, actionable insight here, and we need to integrate data as well. Yeah, all blah blah so far. So what does that really mean in the social media analysis space for us? When we do social media analysis, we don't want to talk about analysis, because analysis is just looking at boring figures, but really looking at intelligence here. Often we meet clients who basically are very scared about the social media space. Yeah? They even hire people who basically look after their Facebook fan pages or things like that, but we always try to tell them, don't worry, even if you're not active in the social media space, you should listen to it. You should really try to find information within it. You know, that is really the core thing, because obviously this is what people trust nowadays. This is really the recommendations that people trust. It's important that when you look at this space, you do not only look at Facebook and Twitter, because often we see that our clients really misunderstand it, and they think, yeah, if we're active on Facebook, that's exactly what we need to do. Probably have someone tweeting something every now and then, yeah, and that's it. But it's really, we see more and more also the area of the video space, commenting, forums, you know, there's more and more forums popping up when we compare our world to the Asian world, where, you know, portals and things like that don't even exist anymore, more or less, but it's really all about private blogs and things like that, or more and more microblogs as well now outside of Twitter. That's really exciting. And as we heard before, it's all mobile. So it's not just that every now and then we access our Facebook page and we see a couple of comments and we're influenced by them. But now with the huge smartphone penetration, or ever-increasing smartphone penetration, yeah, we're influenced all the time, and we have the possibility to influence all the time. But yeah, what does that really mean in the area of social media intelligence here? So let's look at it from a completely different angle, and that's the market research angle to it here. Using, as I said at the very beginning, using social media to understand innovation processes, to basically improve your entire communications behavior. And basically what you normally do as a company, if you want to improve stuff or do market research, often you do focus group, you know, this traditional focus group research. So what is that? You take loads of people, you put them into a room, and you ask them loads of questions. And we basically think that social media, the whole social media space, is like a gigantic focus group. And people talk about loads and loads of different things. So why don't you look at social media as something like a qualitative quant tool or quantitative qual tool, it doesn't really matter. So you have a very, very, very large group of people, and you can ask them loads and loads of different questions. You just need to filter the information that you find in the social media space accordingly. So, collect all of the data, but then, I'm sure loads of you guys use social media analysis, and they know that there's loads of great positive comments about your company or a particular product or, your clients' companies. But what does that tell you? You've got loads of positive comments, maybe more positive comments than your competitors. You can pat yourself on the back and say, great, yeah? But what can you do with it? Nothing. So the most important thing is that you ask the right questions, and already in the coding process, so when you start working with the data, ask the questions as you would treat a focus group. So what would you want to know? You would want to know, let's take an example here from contact lenses. Yeah, what would you want to know? Do you have a problem with, contact lenses giving you dry eyes? How easy is the shopping experience? Do you find what you want? Do you find them too expensive? Yeah, if you ask all of these questions and you code the answers accordingly, this is actually what you can find out from social media. And normally what you do in the traditional market research world is you do a focus group, and you find things out, and then you take them into a big quant survey where you ask thousands and thousands of people the same questions, just to really have a robust answer there, that it's not only the 20 people in the focus group but everybody thinking the same thing. But it's a very, very strict model really that you're interacting in, because you don't really know what's interesting to people. There's a moderator who basically thinks about the questions, but it's always like, it's great, isn't it? It's sort of moving you into one certain direction, and it's really important just to look at it very, very openly. And yeah, just another example here of what you can potentially do. So, sentiment structure is interesting. Is it something positive? Is it something negative? But it's really also, as you can see on the left-hand side, the buzz per topic. So what is it that people talk about? It might be that you're doing some normal research, some focus group research, and the moderator is constantly talking about a topic that is not at all important, yeah, that people don't really care about, but they think, and the company thinks this is the most important topic, whereas actually it's a completely different topic. But yeah, that's not enough, eh? Just to look at it separately is really not enough. So it's really important to have some data integration here and to use social media intelligence, as it says here, as the missing link. Use it for innovation processes, use it for even explaining peaks and slopes in your sales data. Loads and loads of different stuff you can do with it. A lot of companies do brand trackers. So basically they want to understand how the image of a company changes also in the competitive set. If you want to explain that, often you can't really. So you blame it on the politics, the weather, you always find an excuse, holiday time, something's always right, but it's always a bit wishy-washy. Same thing, obviously, you always, and we heard that before, you always need figures to prove that your campaign was effective. But is it really a click rate nowadays? Not really. Yeah, was your online campaign effective? You had loads of clicks. Nobody clicks on ads anymore. Often there's not even, a landing page anymore. So it's really, what do people think about it? There's loads of consumer satisfaction, loyalty stuff. Obviously, people complain about products all the time, but they also say great customer service, things like that. One of my favorite areas is the whole area of product and concept testing. So really not only searching for a particular brand or product name online and doing analysis on that, but really a very generic word, very, very generic product idea. So, for example, we've done something on the area of snacking, where we just wanted to understand, what is it that people talk about when they talk about snacking, picnic, things like that? What do they recommend? And on that basis, the company that we were working with actually developed some really cool new biscuits. Biscuits on the go, and things like that. So it's really the innovation space in here that's quite important. But, let me really not bore you with any more theory here, but let me show you some cool examples actually of what I mean. So yeah, first, this is probably the most boring example, but we have to start with something, hey? At least chosen a nice picture. But this is really what you probably already know. So proving within the social media space that your campaigns were effective. We've done some research here where basically we compared sales, so actual sales figures within one of our panels that we work with, where people report all of their FMCG shopping. Basically, we compared people who are not fans of certain brands with people who are fans. So you can see, on Facebook sites, particular brand pages there, but also who are generally interested, and this was an example for beauty here, who are generally interested in the beauty topic, so who visit beauty blogs, beauty forums, and we could see that these people actually do spend more. So if you have an interest there, it was just a really, really nice example for this client, because they have a very big Facebook presence, they invest a lot of money into that it's actually worth it, that people who are their fans actually spend more on their brand. But what can it also do? As I said before, a lot of companies want to know about their reputation, and they do brand trackers. So they regularly ask people certain image questions about their brand, competitive brands, and often there's slopes and you can't really explain them. So what happened here is that we had a client who produces baby formula, so basically this powder that when you mix it with water, that's like a baby porridge, really. Basically what happened here is that suddenly we saw a big slope in purchase intent and favorability questions. And nobody could explain it, so we did like an emergency social media deep dive where we found out that slowly but surely, and you know how crazy parents can be online, yeah? There's so many forums about, my baby poo looks like this and that, yeah? The same thing here. Slowly but surely they started talking about that the color of the baby formula when you mixed it just slightly changed. It was a bit more yellow than it was before, and they started talking about they're trying to poison our babies, and it's a crazy thing, and it looks different, maybe it tastes different as well, and then people were 100% certain that it tastes different now as well. It's not good anymore. We picked it up very early. The client basically changed it back to the original color. They didn't even react to it, because obviously, you probably know there was another baby food manufacturer where suddenly, I think food turned blue, something like that, or a whole different color. A whole big shitstorm happened before they actually discovered it. They reacted to it in the worst way, and very, very actively trying to explain, and sometimes this is not really the right thing to do. So basically what they did, they just secretly change it back, not secretly, but they changed it back. We did another test. I think 6 months later, everything was fine again, sales was fine, but it's just an early warning system, really. This is one of my favorite clients here, one of our mobile operators in Russia, actually, who came to us and said, we want to monitor only what our competition is doing. We don't care about what people think about us, and it's only the negative stuff that we care about. And obviously, as advertising is moving so quickly nowadays, and particularly with online and mobile advertising, which is their key focus now, you can change messaging so quickly. What they get from us is a monthly report with the most negative things, sort of the top 10 negative things of their competition. They pick it up straight away. So let me give you an example. There was a competitor who had a huge problem with network connectivity in Siberia. Yeah? So everybody is commenting about it online, so it's shit, doesn't work. We need to change the supplier. They picked it up and had a huge online campaign saying we've got the best network connectivity in Siberia. Something very quick and easy, and very, very reactive to the market. When you do purchase journey research, or you want to understand how people actually arrive at a certain purchase, loads of online points are obviously very influential, loads of blogs are influential. And if you really want to find out what it is that people read there and what it is that influences them the most, obviously social media intelligence can help a lot as well. I'm sure all of you are familiar with social TV now, very important. Loads and loads of people constantly commenting on the TV series that they watch. not only just the series, but TV shows, everything, and picking that up and actually learning from it. We did a general study on that, where we found out that it's not really just, and this is what I thought before, it's just Facebook, or Facebook and Twitter that people use, but we see that the more specialized a TV series or TV show is, the more commenting actually happens outside of Facebook and Twitter, and the more interesting stuff from the real fans happens on very particular blogs, very particular forums here. So it's really important to look at the entire web and not just the main channels here. Nice example from Africa here. We had a car client in Africa with a regional marketing hub in South Africa. And they wanted to be very clever and said, yeah, Nigeria is an important market for us. Let's launch a new campaign where we educate people about all of our products, all of the new cars that are coming out next year. And because we think the Nigerians, they don't know anything about our products. Okay? Very, very big car brand, and quite a significant market share in this country. And luckily, there was, one of the smaller marketing managers raised his hand and said, shouldn't we find out first what people know about our brand in Nigeria before we actually launch this campaign and people think, I know this already? Luckily, we did that. So luckily, we did a very quick deep dive here where we found out people know so much about this brand. It's actually the brand that's most talked about online. So this money would have gone entirely to waste. However, we found something really important out for them, and they're just in the process of producing a really cool campaign. We found out that in Nigeria, it's a common practice that people give a car as a wedding present. So normally this is the first time that you own an own car when you get married. And everybody who comes to the weddings are huge, contribute so that you can have the car, or at least, a smaller loan for the car. And this is the absolute favorite recommended brand for a wedding present. So they found it really, really exciting. And are starting a campaign now with a strapline around start your family with and probably in our brand's car. Yeah. So it's a little bit of a cheeky campaign, but it was great because it really showed them what this thing is all about and how Nigerians perceive the brand. My absolute favorite example here is something that we did in the US. And as you know, there's this huge organic trend happening, right? Around the world, everything has to be organic. And now the US is taking it a step further. They want to have organic detergents, organic laundry stuff, because apparently, the chemicals in the clothes, they go into your skin, and that's really yeah. So we had a manufacturer coming to us, and they said, we need to understand whether our R&D people are completely insane or whether they're actually okay, because they want to launch a range called Grandmother's Recommendation, which is entirely based on organic stuff. So it's some orange zest and loads of organic stuff in there. So again, here we didn't look for a brand because that doesn't exist yet, but we looked at stain on silk. Most delicate fabric, that's the first product that they wanted to launch. So stain on silk, and we found loads of stuff where people actually really recommended, oh yeah, this is the old thing, how you should use that. So we found about probably 45% of comments were still, use this in that product, so an existing chemical product, but there was loads of organic or homemade recipes against removing the stain. So we could give them the approval they're moving into the right direction. And the second thing was that we can also, they could also pick up the real verbatim of how people describe it, what the big advantages would be of using an organic product here. I think they've launched it at the beginning of the year. I haven't seen any sales data yet, but if we listen to the web, it's apparently a very good idea, at least in the US. And coming to the last example for today, often certain companies with difficult topics, with products that, especially in the healthcare area, but also when it comes to sanitary towels or loans, loads of financial institutions, they have big problems really asking their customers about what it is that they're missing about their products, or asking any questions, because for people it's a bit like, I don't want to talk about that at all. Yeah, and definitely not in front of other people, and maybe even record it. Yeah, and they know who I am. So there was this wonderful client that we had here in Eastern Europe, who had huge difficulties developing their product against erectile dysfunction further, yeah, because they couldn't possibly find not even 10 men who would come in and do a focus group discussion on erectile dysfunction. Yeah? It was impossible to get these people to participate. And they tried all sorts of methodologies, and even with anonymous online panels where you send a random email address an email, they thought, no, but they can trace it back to me. I'm not answering this at all. So this is obviously great, because in the social media world, people are anonymous, and you can be Big Bear 2010 or whatever in a forum and can talk about your problems. Nobody will ever know who you are. And we found loads and loads of stuff here, and that really helped the client develop the product further, develop some new marketing for the product as well, a whole new angle to it towards sort of partying. It was very interesting. But yeah, you can see, you can use it for loads and loads of different things. In the end, just to summarize, we really need to not only use social media to communicate, but really also to generate more insight, more intelligence, integration, because in the end, all we want is this. All we need is love. All we want is love. We had that before. We want our clients to love our brand, so we need to understand what they love about it and how they can love it even more. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, dear. All about love. Thank you very much.
Love.
Thank you. Come, let me give you some love.
Thank
you. Thank you for joining.
Thank
Please
you.
stick here around. There is a discussion panel which will be Q&A with all the audience here, so please be with us.
I promise.
Thank you very much. Guys, starting with the crazy stuff, a friend and partner of ours suggested to do some more crazy than we are stuff. So there is one thing, a song about happiness going on. So look how you made yourself funny at Webit. Could you please play some of the videos here? Let's see if you recognize some of the faces. Is it full screen? No. You don't need to click there. You need to click on just on expand screen. It's not YouTube, for God's sake. It's VBox. Right. Can you make it full screen, please? This is full screen. Ah, yeah, that's where you make it. Guys, it's terrible. Is this what you call dancing? Galia, come on, for God's sake. You gotta be kidding me. And this should be, I'm happy, whatever, this thing? All right. Do you want to embarrass her more? Come on, let's do the next one. I mean, there's so many, for God's sake. Why do you do this? Let's see the next one. You should be crazy to do this stuff, really. So it's again her for, no. I know you like to, I liked it too. Let's play the next one. Yeah, probably to choose with more people who embarrass themselves, with 3, 4, 5 at the same time. So we don't have that much time. We need to quit to quit this anyway. All right. So what's next? Oh, that's Justine. That's her. That's our rock star around here. Wow. All right. Doing good, Just. Doing good. I like it. All right. So who's next? Gosh, you can't do this to me, really. I mean, now we're talking. I don't know where is this coming from, but I think he's Cuban, right? Wow. All right. That was a good ending. Well, guys, thanks a lot. I mean, I appreciate this. Really, great job. So, move to the next presentation. Nikola coming from Serbia, representing a young but very promising agency, working for some global and local clients there. But he's not going to talk about his agency. Actually, I've asked him to make an overview of high-impact advertising campaigns happening in Bosnia, Herzegovina, Serbia, and the countries around, let's say, ex-Yugoslavia. So join us on stage, please. Welcome. Bravo.
We have great days here, and the country itself is very beautiful. I'm for the first time in Sofia, and city is great, people are great, and it's almost like in Serbia and countries in region. And this data is not from GfK, but I really like to read GfK research results. And those are not from Google, because Google employees are on Google Plus and everybody else are on Facebook. This data is from, I use Google Plus seriously because of the animated GIFs, which is only dedicated to that network. These results are from Wiki and from Facebook and from the region, XU region. And I heard that Bulgaria also has about 7 and something million people, and around 3 million Facebook users, which show us the trend of about how the citizens are on Facebook. And if we look media and newspapers, we can see all a trend that many people are on a daily basis, and many more are reading newspapers from their websites than on their hard copy purchased on news traffics. So I will represent, I selected 3 campaigns. I spent some time to research for about 100 digital campaigns and advertising campaigns in the region, and I will showcase 3 campaigns for you here. The first one is pharma industry. It's the largest producer in Serbia, and their concept, svako dobro, I guess you know what svako dobro means. It's all the best. They put that concept as a corporate communication, and was posting for around 6 months on a Facebook their messages, quotes, and motivational posts, and they wanted to measure impact. Okay, so how can we measure this awareness? And here's what the result is.
All the best in the springtime. For the last year, over 350 inspirational and motivational posters that communicate Svako Dobro lifestyle have been published on Svako Dobro Hemofarm Facebook fan page. The company's main idea was to promote this positive lifestyle approach to the general public, especially through online social networks. At the time, company's Facebook page had around 60,000 fans. Digital agency homepage has suggested to create a Facebook application Svako Dobro u proleće, all the best in the springtime. Application was based on a photo contest, which was organized in very creative and user-friendly way. The fans have been using the application features such as picture editing and posting a message in order to create interesting motivational poster from their own photos. In this way, they have been participating in the competition for the best inspirational poster. Posters were matching existing companies' branding and actually included a large number of people from different social groups to participate and make a contribution to this action. The application was a strong incentive for the community to deepen their connections, make better engagement, and enhance the overall acceptance of the concept. Furthermore, application managed to inspire the community to replicate brand presence, involve the community in promoting corporate values, verify the brand impact on the community. Achieved effects. 579 posters were approved. Over 16,000 users were noted. 30,000 new fans were gained. Over 1 million weekly reach was achieved. And talking about was close to 10,000. We observed that posters with children, family, nature and animals were most engaging. The main goal, promoting all the best lifestyle on Facebook fan page, was accomplished with remarkable results. Brand impact on the community has been analyzed during this activation. Application is installed on the company's Facebook fan page and it can be reviewed at any time. We formed user-generated content base and it can be used in different ways. And last but not least, an impressive number of all the best philosophy admirers signed up for the company's newsletter, which shows that company Hemofarm can reach a large number of people.
So basically, they found, they measured awareness and achieved effects that in no other way they cannot reach. This next campaign is from agency from Croatia, and it's built for Heineken, playing music and winning a prize trip to music event in Amsterdam. And finally, some campaign making a mix of offline and online by generating leads from the online world as a registration and participation to biggest running event in Serbia. Thank you all. As Plamen said, be crazy and go for it, create success digital stories.
Thanks, Nicola. Thanks for being here. Again, I'm here, not Plamen. I hope you don't mind. Let's invite together Maria Gergova, or Maria Bankston, but it's too complicated for me to pronounce. She is founder and owner United Partners, and she is going to moderate our next panel discussion. Welcome, Maria.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to invite the speakers from this panel on the stage so we can have like a quick Q&A session. I'm very happy to be here among so great speakers, such a great speaker and so much knowledge, because today what makes a difference and what makes us competitive is the knowledge and how we use the knowledge. So I'm really, really happy to be here and to be able to discuss all the great presentations that we just listened to with you guys. So I have prepared quite a lot of questions, but since the time is quite limited, I would rather give the floor first to you, and then I'm gonna start. And while you're thinking about the first question, I will start with a warm-up question. And it's connected to the topic of this panel, social by DNA. Are you guys social by DNA? Do you feel social by DNA?
Probably yes. I think you can divide the whole population into, is it 5 different characters, 5 different sort of silos, and there's the digital monks, the digital natives, digital immigrants, and I think the biggest share of the population is digital immigrants still. So people who didn't grow up with digital, didn't grow up with social media, but now really want to learn it, want to adapt to it, have a Facebook account. And only, I think, a digital native, the average age of a digital native, I think is about 19 to 21, something like that.
Okay, so how about you guys?
So we're probably not digital natives by that definition, but yeah.
I feel like I was on the internet before social media came of age. So I'm strongly, I grew up with the internet, but I started growing up at 20 then.
And how about you?
I used to define myself as a web addict, so...
That's addictions, yeah.
Yes.
That's how they make business. It's the new drug, right?
And ask yourself, what's the first thing you are doing in the morning when you switch off your alarm on a phone, and what's next? Are we all on social media, checking for statuses and that kind of stuff? And maybe that can be an answer for this.
True. And before I give you the floor for the first question, I would like to ask my first professional question here, and it's how brands and companies that are social by DNA look like. Everybody wants to look like social by DNA today.
That's an excellent question, because every brand wants to be social, but there's a mistake between doing social and being social.
Oh yes.
There's the natural tendency is let's get social, let's do social, and let's throw money at the problem, which means open up a Facebook page or
hire loads of people, cool people,
or not even that many, but hire a few people, and it's a sprinkling of social. It's not DNA. This is more like sprinkle on top, and the companies that are getting it, and this is the whole discussion about social business now, as opposed to social media. Social media, you have this idea that this is sort of a marketing thing on top of everything else you do, whereas social business means this is something that is ingrained in your people, in your process, and in your culture. And that's a fundamental difference. And the companies that are making this digital transformation, and the digital transformation is now a big topic. I recommend Brian Solis, if you know him. If you're in PR, you probably know Brian Solis. He's one of the foremost thought leaders about social media. He just published yesterday a white paper which he considers to be his most ambitious white paper to date, and he's published a lot of stuff called digital transformation, because more and more companies are realizing that they can't just do social unless they change the way they operate as a company, as an organization, and that's what becoming social rather than being social. Becoming social is really about changing process, people, and culture.
And I think social is not to be mistaken with cool, because we often see that businesses try to move into the social space and they want to be cool, but this is not it. It's communicating in a authentic way, because a lot of the business's customers are not cool. So when they see very cool communications and it's the cool social stuff, it's not necessarily hitting the right target audience. So it's using it in a right way, I guess, as well.
Absolutely.
What you said with the toothpaste. Yeah, toothpaste can never be a very cool product, but if you communicate it properly, and in a way that hits the target audience needs and character, that can work really well.
While some companies generate a huge amount of revenue based on social media, we have still companies that are not glad to involve. They're afraid to take interaction and feedback from the audience, and that's the huge problem for those companies.
I'll add to that. When you say don't mistake cool for social, Apple could be the coolest company on the planet. It is not a social company.
Not at all.
It's not active on social media. It doesn't respond to people. It's very top-down command and control. It's the opposite of a social company, but it's the coolest company.
Yeah, it works for them, absolutely. Okay, now I will give you the floor, so if you have some questions, please feel free. Yes. Is there any microphone, somebody to help out there? Just one here. Thank you. There.
Hello, thank you very much, first of all, for granting us a look into the future of social media. All three presentations were really interesting, and personally they gave me a very fresh perspective into how to make use of social media and what the future brings. I have a question for Stanislas. Really liked your presentation.
Thanks.
I absolutely agree with you that using employees as advocates for brands is a vital component of a business. However, I wanted to ask you something about these competitions that you mentioned, especially the one in Deloitte. So my first thought when you talked about it was, oh, it's a great idea. You get employees involved and you make them really competitive and you engage them. But then maybe a bit of a more skeptical and cynical thought I had was, doesn't that kind of change the idea of brand advocates? Because then your employees are advocating for your brand for the sake of competition and not because they are truly loyal to the brand. So what would you respond to such criticism?
It's an excellent question, and you know, this was a short presentation, and obviously when you get into the details of it, it's not something you just launch and it works. There's a whole ramping up to it. There was an additional slide which I didn't have time to show, although I don't know if anyone is on the technical guys over there. If they pull up my presentation again, the very last slide, maybe they'll find it, addresses your point exactly. There are different sets of expectations. There are the expectations of the employer, which might be, I want you to retweet what I said because that's the gospel. You have to make it clear from the start that the expectations are different. Employees don't want to be just simply parrots of the company's message because they know they're communicating to their friends and colleagues and peers. And if you ask them to be simple, not advocates, but simple parrots, they won't do it. So you have to really make it clear in the guidelines early on. You sort of make it clear, this is what you cannot do. This is what you really should not do, but in the middle, we trust you. We've trusted you with phones. We've trusted you with email. You are talking to our most important assets. You are talking every day to our clients. Why wouldn't you be qualified to talk to speak on Twitter or Facebook? So it's just a matter of trust, and you're hiring those people. You're giving them the power. You're already telling them. You're already giving them the power to make revenue for you and service your clients. So it's really not that hard to trust them to publish a tweet.
and also maybe coming back to the competition thing, you would never get anyone to post anything if they're not interested in the topic anyways. Yeah, they won't post just for the sake of it. And we do a lot of internal competitions, or offer prizes at the end, and the people who normally win are the people who are great in doing what they do anyways. It's just this tiny little bit that pushes them a bit more towards it. As you say, nobody at Deloitte would actually want a Mars bar. And people don't do it for the sake of just getting something, where it's really just a little bit more motivation, I think.
There was a similar process at Alcatel-Lucent. It was internal, it was on the company's social network, but it was the same process, and you're exactly right. It's the experts, the ones that are most knowledgeable and the most passionate about their work are your best advocates. The CEO himself took part in the conversations. He was not the one getting the most comments and the most likes, because he's great at what he does, but some engineers talking about very specific stuff were getting the most engagement because it was useful to a lot of people.
Thank you. The next question, please. Yes.
Hello, and thank you for the presentations and for your time. It was really valuable. I have just one question. I work in a big company. It's named Software AG, and we recently we have evangelists. So I was wondering, what's the main difference between an evangelist and a brand manager? Because the professors in my university couldn't tell me the difference, and I would love it if you could.
The difference between an evangelist and what?
And
a brand manager.
Yeah.
Brand manager.
Yeah,
right?
a brand manager.
I mean, there's a question of definition, indeed. I mean, a brand manager, as far as I see it in a company, is the one who's managing the brand, the marketing programs, the advertising campaigns. It's a product and brand manager. That doesn't necessarily imply he or she speaking out on behalf of the brand. Basically, she focuses on the marketing for the brand, he or she, but he or she doesn't become an ambassador, i.e. personally responding, speaking, so on and so forth. And actually, I'll be a little provocative. The last person you want to be the brand advocate for your brand is the brand manager. Because that person is paid to think that he or his product is the best in the world. And he will never be objective, and he will never be seen as credible. And if he is a very, very good brand manager, he is absolutely convinced that his product is so good that he won't be able to take the criticism, he won't be able to respond right. This is probably the last person you want to be as your brand advocate. I still remember there was this, a couple of years ago, there was this video from this guy. He was the brand manager for the BlackBerry Storm. Remember that the BlackBerry Storm was this horrible prototype by BlackBerry to counter the iPhone. And the guy delivered the most impassioned speech. I mean, a 10-minute long video on YouTube explaining why this phone was the greatest thing invented. I mean, he thought it was Steve Jobs, and explaining that you push it and the screen moves and it's fantastic. I mean, he was practically crying describing his phone. Who remembers the BlackBerry Storm? Who remembers BlackBerry?
Hey.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Switched it off.
Okay, so now, thank you so much for the presentations. They were brilliant. Quick question for me. So there are loads of people that are unhappy with a certain thing, but they wouldn't go on Facebook sharing about it, or they would go on their personal profiles and share them. I myself, I'm a very conscious user of Facebook, so when I'm unhappy with somebody, I wouldn't go on their Facebook profile and be like, by the way, your service was shit. What I do is I just hide it, but those are the people that you actually want to reach, people that are unhappy with something you've done, because they were people that used you. In a way, I can give you a quick personal example. I had an awful customer service with a specific UK mobile operator. They were absolutely awful, but I did not go on Facebook and share anything. I alienated myself from the company. I would never use them again. However, the people that are alienating themselves from a certain brand are the people you want to reach, because they're so unhappy with something. And these are the people that you can get the most valuable feedback from. How do you reach those people via social media? Because they would not be willing to share their opinion because they're so unhappy with the business. So it's like, I do not want to get myself associated with that company anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's very tricky. Obviously, we cannot possibly access any private Facebook fan pages. There's loads of companies who do, but I would never work with them. It's not legal. But what social media intelligence or sort of using the data can help you with is trends, or sort of picking up certain tendencies, or looking at a certain brand in the context of other brands. And if you notice that more people are complaining about a certain thing with a particular brand, it's very highly likely that this is reflecting the entire reality. Yeah, these people that you mentioned, the ones who basically had such a terrible experience that they never go back, we cannot reach like that. But these people are normally not reachable at all. So if you called them, said customer service, just doing a quick inquiry, they would never pick up the phone or hang up straight away. So these people you probably get because someone else talks about them. So they say, I have a friend who did this and that, and who would never go back. And you're most likely still to find it in social media rather than with any other means of communication. Yeah.
And yes, some brands are still using Facebook as a TV one-way communication channel. Probably you should try to reach a company via Twitter. They are most likely to be respond with it on a Twitter. And some companies are making huge profiling databases, collecting consumer data from and the interactions for various networks, including VKontakte from Russia, for instance.
Your fingers off.
Somebody, hello. Thank you. Usually it's much better to manage the conversation in the beginning, wherever it happens. So when you have a brand page, it's better to, if there's something negative, then you can discuss there, then spread around before you catch this problem and solve it somehow. And we have time for one more question. So if there is any, yes, please.
Hello again. So this time my question is addressed to Nicola. I thought the campaign you did with Nike, even though I couldn't see all of it, it sounded really interesting, and it really showcased a great blend of both offline and online methods and tools you used. My question was, it looked like it required a really huge budget. So from your personal experience and maybe of the two other lecturers, do you think that something like this can be done also for a small or medium-sized company that maybe doesn't have the resources that big, large corporations like Nike do? Can you still make use of both offline and online communication channels in a similar manner?
Absolutely. They started 3 years ago made the in-house campaign with only Facebook as a communication and promotion channel for the event. They had 2,000 participants, and in the next year they they hired an agency for BTL and logistics and organization of the event itself, and start to grow these effects from year to year. So we also have case studies for small, medium enterprises, even NGO and student organizations winning participants for their job fairs and et cetera, et cetera. So absolutely, it's possible.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And since the time is quite limited, I will give the floor to the next speakers. Thank you for your presentations, for sharing your knowledge. It was really, really amazing. Thank you.
Merci.
For being here, I would like to invite here on the stage Daniel Niculescu, CEO, Southeastern Europe, PayU Group. Shape your business regionally, emerging trends in the CEE European e-commerce. Welcome, Daniel, here on the stage.
Okay. Good afternoon, Sofia. It's a great opportunity for me to be here, mainly because it's one of the key markets in Eastern Europe, and basically I see a lot of young people that can grow the market and to be with the market for several years. I will be keeping you only a few minutes. I don't know if this presentation, okay. We'll be speaking about e-commerce, mainly about the opportunity of running e-commerce across the region. I'm representing PayU, online payments aggregator. So basically, we are helping merchants to run their online payments through different countries. There are a lot of opportunities that we might talk together. I'm highly encouraging questions. I would like to have an afternoon which is, creating opportunities. At the end of the day, we came here to know each other and to, raise some questions for our businesses. My intention is to, again, put in the focus the whole Eastern European region for you, hoping for you to ask yourself what's your business and what's going to be in a few years. How many people do you have in the room passionate about e-commerce? Let's see how big is the passion about e-commerce, about running online transactions. Come on, let's have some attitude here to say that yes, we are passionate about e-commerce. I'm a big fan about e-commerce, and I'm more than happy to discuss with you any kind of questions you might have. Basically, with the European Union and a lot of regulations that are happening, we see an opportunity to run business not within our borders but cross borders. There are a lot of players that are running business in our countries and are running a successful business. If we look on the total populations that are in the countries that I'm presenting in front of you today, we see that we have almost 400 million people, which can be compared with Western Union, or also to say that we are more than US and Canadian citizens. Obviously, we are not on the level of US or Germany, but I would say that for today, this is the biggest opportunity. Is the time to put a foot in the market, to understand the market and to run the market. The e-commerce penetration in UK, of course, is 13%, but in our countries, is roughly in average we have 2.5%. It means that running a successful e-commerce business today will grow fantastically year after year. In average, the e-commerce market in our region is growing like 80.5% year over year. We saw countries like Romania, Bulgaria, which are around a 30% grow year after year. It means that if we are doing nothing with the customers base that we have, we are growing 30%. If we put some sales efforts, we are even going even faster. So again, the question is, are we properly addressing properly the opportunity that we see in front of us? There are a lot of regional players that are considering our markets, that are consolidating: Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Greece, and so on. What's different in our markets? Of course, that we are not the first ones that are looking to the opportunity. We saw Amazon, we saw eBay, we saw PayPal, we saw Expedia that are looking on the market. In our case, the markets are quite different. We see different cultures, we see different behaviors of our customers. As you can see from the payments perspective, we see different structure in the mix of the payments. In case of Hungary, for instance, cash of delivery is the main option of the shoppers. In case of Turkey, on the other side, we see that the credit card is running the business. So running a business in our region, the main idea is that we need to localize. We need to understand Bulgaria, we need to understand Romania, we need to understand Hungary, and so on. We cannot run the same model across the countries. Will never work, never. And that's the case. That's the reason, actually, that we are not facing a heavy competition at this moment for players like eBay and Amazon. Definitely, when the market will be big enough, we will see a lot of traction from their side as well. But the point of today is that this is our time to secure the market. That's the reason that I'm willing to share with you some of our, let's say, some from our experience, that why we, let's say, decided to have the strategy to localize in each of our in our markets. When we say localization, we are considering language, the way that we are formulating that language in the interfaces, the payment methods, regulations and compliance, logistics with the local couriers and so on. It's about localization. The customers needs to feel secure, needs to be to feel like they are home, needs to pay in their preferred payment method. And I'm able to speak in front of you, not even from the CEE region. Currently in Europe, we are covering 7 countries. Also, we are present in India and Latin America. In every country, what makes the difference is the power of localization, the power to understand the customer and the power to deliver to the customer. In a recent study that we done, we've been amazed to see how easy we can fulfill the customer request. They are not asking services that cannot be delivered. Many of them are just asking us to keep our promise. If you say that you have one product on stock and will be delivered tomorrow, make sure that is happening. It's basics. Moving forward to localization, in our case, for instance, to deliver the best conversion rate that we can have on the interface, we have integrated almost 20 credit card acquirers. We have integrated internet banking systems. We have integrated cash collection systems. So one user, for instance, in Poland is having almost 50 payment options in front of him just to make sure that he is comfortable with the payment and he is enjoying the transaction. The payment shouldn't be a pain. We didn't have to put a shadow on the purchase. We need to let the customer to have the joy of the purchase. That's the mission that all of us have in front of the market. So localization is key when you address a regional business model. It's not about that we need to develop within the borders. It's not about within the borders, it's about the region. And why not about considering an international business? As of today, we can deliver in the region within the same day. We can deliver in US in 3 days. So why don't you consider delivering worldwide? It's a question, it's an open question. It's my objective of today to raise as many questions as I can on your side. What's your business? Where it should be in few years? And I will be ending my short presentation, putting 2 examples in front of you. They are happening in Bulgaria as well. One is Fashion Days, and Eva will continue maybe this let's say, challenge of running a cross-region business. And also another one is EMAG that launched last year in Bulgaria, quite successful business. They understood that they need to look on the region and to deliver the business accordingly to the local expectations. If you look to their websites, you can see that you'll find local banks, you'll find of course local prices, you'll find the language, the currency, bank accounts, and everything is also expected by any other local player. And if we consider again the size of the opportunity, in Bulgaria the e-commerce size is estimated to be 300 million. And if we look on the whole region, the entire e-commerce market is $36 billion US. So why not to consider such a big basket to have a big chunk or a small chunk, but definitely much bigger that we currently see in a separate market. Thank you very much. I did my job to raise a question to you. If you have any questions, I can take a question maybe, or I can take some questions on the coffee on the halls. Again, the only question that we have for today, why don't you consider the entire region as the market of your businesses? Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
I would like to invite here Eva Vucheva, Fashion Days Group, Head of Corporate Development. She is going to tell us how to grow from big to smart. Hello, Eva, welcome on the stage.
Hi. Quite a full room, I can see. Thanks for being so patient and, reaching to the end of today. I hope my presentation will be interesting for you. I was actually asked today to speak about big data, and I wasn't quite sure how to approach the matter because, I'm a business person, so for me, big data is not really that much of a technical thing, but more of how a company can kind of build its growth around it. So I decided to, it's a little bit broken, this presentation. Anyway, so I decided to speak about big data from a business perspective and from the perspective of Fashion Days. And for those very few of you who don't really know what Fashion Days is, I'll just brief you quickly. We are a Swiss startup. We were founded in 2009 in Zurich. At the moment, we operate in 7 countries in Central and Eastern Europe, and we are the biggest market player in fashion e-commerce in the region. In 2012, we became part of the Naspers group. And what happened to us in the past 4 to 5 years is that we grew. We grew quite a lot. Actually, we started with 6 people sitting in one room in Zurich somewhere. And now we are over 550 people across the region. We also have offices apart from the 7 countries, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. We have offices also in Zurich, in Berlin, and in Milan. We started, of course, with 0 members, and we are talking daily at the moment to 6 million people across the continent. Our warehouse is quite a big operation. It actually processes about 1,000 parcels the hour, not the week, not the day, but the hour. And we're photo shooting close to 1,000 products per day. Right. And growth is really awesome. I don't know how many of you are actually part of a startup organization, but for those of you who have ever participated in a startup business, you know that when you grow, you get this adrenaline in your veins. It just like covers all of your body, and you cannot sleep, you cannot eat, you cannot think about anything else, but just how much you will grow tomorrow, how you can grow, how you can develop your business and be the best. And it's very easy when you grow that you get a little bit, you just forget where you're going. You forget your goal, and you forget what you want to reach. Because when you grow, there's so many doors and opportunities opening before you, and so you start to think at some moment you start to think maybe behind each of these doors there is further growth, there is more opportunities. But in fact, there isn't that much of opportunities behind each door. So from what we've learned from our experiences, that when you grow, you really need to focus on where you're heading and keep your core competence. We actually tried to do a lot of different things. We offered to our customers many products and services that they didn't require. And every time we opened the door that was not our initial goal, we just hit a wall. One of the walls that we've hit so many times was the wall of collecting data, be it data from the customer perspective, so everything about customer purchase, or be it the data that we create, images for the website or warehouse information. And in fact, the recent study by The Economist shows that 51% of companies report that their biggest business challenge is how they cope with data, how they cope with quality and coherency of data. They claim that they spend 2/3 of their time to actually make this data usable, and they spend only 1/3 of that time to actually look at the data and try to draw some conclusions for their business. One of the reasons, and I actually heard this today a couple of times, is that it's so difficult to find people who actually know how to work with data, how to analyze it, how to draw conclusions out of it and give you business solutions. This is, of course, one side of the coin. The other one is that maybe you have this person and it is the right person and this person reads all of your data in the best possible way. But the other big problem is if you're actually really ready to listen to that person and how you place this person, this data analyst or business intelligence guy in your organization. Most of the startups or most of the companies who were started by 1 or 2 or 3 people, the starters or the founders of these companies are people who are living with that business for ages. They used to know all of the numbers, threw it out, they would dream about these numbers and they would make their own conclusions about the business. But when your business grows like a mushroom, it is very difficult to know all your numbers simply because there is far too many numbers to know. And then at some point you wake up and you realize, well, I need a person that can actually kind of summarize that information for me. And then you get this kind of person. It's normally a nerdy or geeky person that browses through some Excel sheets. And then at some point, you know, they give you this 100 or 200 pages report. And when they give it to you, you never read it because it's just too long. And you don't like the guy because he looks like a nerd. And you think he can never give you enough information about growing your business. But in fact, if you would, you know, get the best person and listen to them and base your business on numbers, you might be surprised of the results that you are going to get. Many companies, when they grow, as said already, they don't really look at data. And at some point, they grow so much that they're forced by an investor or, you know, just by the way that their business develops, to focus a lot on finance, to focus a lot on enhancing their revenue streams, on optimizing their prices. If I go back to the same study of The Economist, they actually compared companies that outperform, so best performers, with companies that perform not that well, they're mediocre performance. And the main difference that they found out between those companies is that the companies that perform outstandingly well do not focus on growing revenue or optimizing prices, but they focus on building a great service, and they focus on great customer engagement. In order for you to build the best service, and in order for you to build a great customer engagement, you need to definitely, you know, go back to that guy and ask him, what should I build? So if we wonder how, and the theme of my presentation is how to go from big to smart, from my perspective and from my experience, the best way to grow smart is actually to imagine that you're huge from the beginning. When you think of how to collect the customer database or how to collect information about the customer and you're at your startup phase, you better think that today you have 10 customers, but tomorrow you have 10,000 customers, and the day after tomorrow you have 100,000 customers. Even if you're not that small, even if you're a big company and you're just now starting to collect data, you will see that the demand for the data changes every now and then. At one point you would need a solution for one thing, and the other point you would need a solution for another thing. So it's very important for you to think in advance of where you want to go and collect the data in a way that it can grow and support you throughout the life cycle of your organization. And this could be one way to grow, you know, from small to big to smart. You could always also grow from small to big to stupid, but you know, it wouldn't be that appropriate to show it today in the presentation. But of course, you could always try to be smart up front before becoming big. And I'm not saying this because it sounds nice, I'm saying this because it actually happened to us so many times because we grew so quickly. We grew like a mushroom, if we can say it this way. And then when we were already that big, we realized we could have done the things much better up front if we had just taken our time, if we had just sit back and imagine what we would need, you know, in a year from now. And I'm just going to give you a couple of examples and a couple of wow hits that actually happened to us. In the beginning, our warehouse was a small room with one person and a printer, and this guy was able to process about 10 orders per day. Sometimes not even, because he would occasionally run out of paper, so you know he would postpone one of the orders for the next day and maybe process just 9 orders today. And one morning he came to work, and it turned out that he has to process 100 orders per day. 2 weeks later, it was already 1,000. And a couple of months later, it was already tens of thousands of orders. And at this point, we didn't say, okay, we're growing, guys, so let's take a step back and think about what will happen when we actually grow. We just started to hire a lot of locations. We got big warehouse and another big warehouse, and we got a lot of shelves, and we got a lot of people in this warehouse, but we didn't really think about our process. And at some point, we got this huge sales that we were generating on a daily basis, and we didn't know where our products were. We knew that they were in a warehouse. Sometimes we knew in which warehouse they were exactly, but we didn't have any idea of where they are on the shelf space. So that, of course, took us a little, time to go and look for the right dress. If we wanted to make a campaign of only red dresses, there was absolutely no possibility for us to do that because we just didn't know where our products were. And then we had to take a step back. We actually outsourced the entire process in order to clean our warehouse, build a new system that can actually collect the data and store it in the right way. And then just right after that, we actually built a pretty much state-of-the-art warehouse, which is at the moment capable of processing 1,000 orders the hour. Actually, it can process an order within 30 minutes after you place it. Very similar thing happened in our content production team, and I have to say that this is the team that has the most fun in our company. They photoshoot models, real life models, and they play around, they write these fancy texts about all the products. They were photoshooting about 80 products per day, but at some point we decided that we need to kind of offer more products to the website. And we said, okay guys, in 1 month from now, you will be photoshooting about 1,000 products daily, so please make sure that you have enough people. And we started hiring, and we hired a lot of people. We just forgot to train these people in the right way. So when all of these people came to our team, they came with their personalities and with their personal ideas of what a magenta color is. And we can have a discussion about what if the magenta color is like the fuchsia color, if they're the same color or not. But when you have, let's say, 100 or 1,000 dresses that are with a similar color or the same color, you better name them in the same way in your database, because then at some point you may need to find them. So this didn't happen, and it only happened over time, and it took us about 12 months to actually realize this mistake and then go back to these people and actually reinforce processes into their daily routine. And I was wondering how to show you where we are at this stage and how we work with our big data at the moment, because we generate quite a lot of data actually on a daily basis. And I decided maybe it's the best way to show it through the life cycle of a new product in our website. And of course I choose a red dress because I had a new red dress, so why not? So the thing that happens is that we receive a product, a sample of a product, it goes to photo shooting, and then these guys retouch the pictures and store it. And they store the picture within a certain way. So they store the picture in a way that we know the color, we know the brand, we know the type of product, and then all of this information is also available in the warehouse. So when our products reach the warehouse, to the information of this red dress, that its color, its brand, and its type of product, we add what are the sizes, what is the availability of items per each size. We also add the expected arrival time, the shelf space, and plenty of other information, right? And then this product goes to the shop, where you can see it in banners, you can see it on its product page, and you can see it in the product sliders. The product slider is just this thing below, and this thing is customized. At the moment, each of our customers has a pretty unique homepage. It is based on an engine that actually collects the behavior of the customer and then offers him products based on his behavior. So the product sliders below would show you this dress if you have recently bought other products of this brand, or if you have recently bought a lot of products in this color, or maybe if we only have this dress in your size available, so then you will see it, but otherwise you will not. And this is the data that the shop collects. It collects the behavior of our customers, and our idea is ultimately to offer a customized website to each of our customers. After that, maybe you buy the product, but maybe you cannot because somebody was quicker than you, and just when you placed it in your shopping basket, somebody bought it just before you. This happens quite a lot at Fashion Days, but we know this, and when we receive back a stock of that dress in your size, you have a very big chance of receiving this email. The email says, "Hello, Eva. We know you tried to purchase this dress, but you were not able to, and this is why this dress is reserved. We have it back on stock, and we reserve it for you for 3 days. So if you want to buy it, it's especially reserved for you, and you can do it through this link." And if you wonder if this is successful, I can confirm that it generates quite a lot of sales and quite a huge customer satisfaction, and ultimately is a win-win for us. Of course, if you were browsing and then taking your time with this product, then it's very likely that you will see it across the web in our advertising, because we use it for retargeting. So we take all of the information that we know that what our customers are interested on the website, and then we use it for advertising to that particular customer outside of the shop. Of course, you may receive the dress and realize that the winter was kind of heavy, and you're no longer an XS, but maybe rather an M size, and you want to return it. So you would call then the customer service. And then at the customer service, the agents are related also to your information, so they know your purchase history, they know your purchase habits, and the idea there is that they can, of course, try to service you in the best way, but also sometimes they would also know that you return 99% of your goods, and in that case, they might not be happy to talk to you that much. And of course, we have all of this warehouse and content and marketing and customer support, and they're all talking to each other, these databases, or it is in a way one pool of information that we just connect to through this business intelligence team. But I'm not using the business intelligence word just because it's a fancy word. I look at it rather as an approach to business, as a data-driven approach to business, and it took us a while to realize that we should actually look at our data when we want to develop our business. And actually, it took us about 2 years to rebuild the entire structure of our business so that we can be better and intelligent and more smart. So if we talk about business intelligence, we could easily say that it's just one other type of intelligence. So what I want to urge you today is just to be smart and be intelligent and use the data that you have, because this is what will generate your business further. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an amazing presentation. I like your red dress, by the way.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this. Could you please join us here for the discussion panel? And may I invite my co-moderator, once he finishes his tweet, of course, not before this, please. Here joining me on the stage, presenting the rest of the participants. Good guys and friends. By the way, it's going to be a funny panel. All Bulgarians speak in English, but yeah, we need to respect our guests.
Yes, yes, of course. Very good presentation indeed. Very useful for me, and I hope for everybody else. And will add additional value to the e-commerce.
Right.
world.
Stanic's doing great job, and Gomba Shop just pitching up. So join us, guys.
Join us,
Welcome
yes.
on the Webit stage. Welcome. Good having you here. Yes. Good to meet you, Vitko. Peter, join us. By the way, just before this, I want to show you some love. You know I love you, don't? So, guys, could you please switch on the YouTube channel just for a second? Right. Lovely. Can you? Oh, I like this one. Good. I mean, did you only have this hat? I thought that there are other interesting stuff going on there. Oh, Enchev is here. Good. Good to know. Right. One more thing to show more love to my team. Look, they come here working for you with those things in their nose. But, I mean, can I ask you for some applause for these guys? Thank you. Thank you very much. Muku nasal plus spray. It's kind of a product positioning. So, let's move on with the digital commerce landscape and where we are heading there. It's a very interesting thing. We have a digital DCOM summit in Middle East on 30th of April. 200 top people from all around Middle region joining together. There, the e-commerce is growing 45 to 50%, 50% in Dubai, 45% per year for the past 2 years. We are about to launch a special white papers for this region. So let's talk about the challenges here in this part of the world, in Central Eastern Europe, your overview. You already give it. By the way, going big reminds me of a joke for Viagra and ginkgo biloba, you know. First drink ginkgo biloba and then Viagra in order to remember why do you drink the second one. So, you know, so it's great to go big. Let's talk about it. So, how big are we going to grow? Who's first, please? Lubo.
I'm first. Last year we speak about the e-commerce in Bulgaria. Now we'll try to expand this with a more strategic vision, I think, with these guys that are here now. Dimitar from Stenic, very large and very good design agency that are creating one of the best e-commerce sites in Bulgaria. Peter from Gomba Shop, emerging startup for software as a service for creating of small and very good e-commerce sites, and which is something new for Bulgaria. And Eva, you already know Eva from Fashion Days. So we are going to start with the tendencies for just to look at my nose. Like Plamen said, last year the e-commerce exploded. So what to expect for the current year? Is this going to continue in Bulgaria?
Can I start?
Sure.
Thanks. First of all, thanks for the attention. Last 2 years in Bulgaria, the growth in the e-commerce was very big. So right now I'm talking about my opinion. All 14, I think the things will be much more stable. We already know most of our big players. Some of them are only Bulgaria-based companies, some of them not exactly. But if I must make something like a forecast, I think that this year will be much more stable, and in case of numbers, in case of
Dimitar, just sorry for interrupting. You know, using the word big again, I was joking with it, but how big? Do you have any data on how big was the growth of the e-commerce last year?
Last year, I think around 30%.
30% growth on previous year. Can we give any basic numbers of the turnovers? I know that there are no in Bulgaria particularly, And obviously, we're going to be covering that particular country right now. But in general, can we give any basic rough numbers on the scale of the e-commerce in Bulgaria?
Of the whole picture, I think it will be much more interesting for the people to hear from person like Eva something a little bit more specific, like in fashion, or.
Well, we already announced our numbers for the past year, and our
one
turnover.
of the few, by the way. Thanks for
I'm
this.
sorry. Yeah.
Making the market whiter. From the gray part where it is, it's a great move from you. So appreciate
Thank you.
Your move.
I think I would be happy, and I think it will be great for the business if there would be more information for it. But unfortunately, it is like this, it is. We did a 10 million euro turnover for the past year. It was slightly more than 30% growth year over year. But I totally agree with you that we've seen some very rapid change, growth in the past 2 or 3 years even. And it was growing because people were more and more interested into this. It will stabilize, so the numbers will not be that huge as they were before. And because this just cannot go on, the market has its limits. But it will continue to grow just because the people's behavior is changing a lot. And actually people's life is changing a lot because now you don't have time to, especially in big cities, commuting from here, from one point to another, it just takes a lot of time, and busy people don't really have it. So this is why I think e-commerce is just going to grow, maybe slowly from now on, but definitely it's going to continue.
By the way, I'm so, Lubo, just 1 second, sorry if you're, I'm so happy you accepted our invitation to join here this year's Webit edition in Central Eastern Europe. And I'm again delighted that you published all this information that financially that you have. Can we make a statement based on your experience, obviously, nothing else? How much of the turnover was paid with credit card, how much in cash on delivery?
Yeah, it's about 80-20, so 80% cash on delivery, 20% card.
Which is huge. I mean, this was like 99.999 a couple of years ago. Obviously, things changed quite dramatically, and that's a great way to go.
Yes, but in this case, Fashion Days, maybe they are on the first place because they know how to push people to pay like this.
I'm sorry, the thing that I'm going to say is really unpopular now, but one of the...
Please, I love unpopular stuff. Everybody, stuff that everybody knows is not interesting.
Yeah, so one of the reasons that the card payments are not growing that much is, and we have to be fair here, is that when you have card payment, this is an income that you cannot hide. So pretty much cash on delivery is very preferred by some players because it's cash and you can hide it in any way you want. So this is what is holding this market back, and we need big players, also like players like PayU or players like Visa to actually push and talk to customers and educate them of online payments, just because it will also contribute to the market and make it whiter if you want, because now everything is very much in the gray area.
Right.
And do you think that the big players that are joining currently in the e-commerce world will not increase even more the whole growth of the e-commerce in Bulgaria? So not to be 30%, to be 50 or 60, why not? Because there are a lot of big brands that doesn't have a strong e-commerce presence at the moment.
In fact, if we're talking specifically about Bulgaria, there are some very good offline, I can say, traders, big companies that trade for tens or more years, and they are good offline. But until the last 2 or 3 years, or maybe until the last 1 year, they have, not only business, but also technological problems of going good online, because they can go small. They think I can go online and to be small. If I go online, I must be like I'm offline. And this is more like a tendency right now. More of the big traders who want to sell online need their e-commerce site to be fully integrated in their business, not just a part of it. I mean, because we are a developer, I'm talking about full ERP integrations. This is something when, in fact, you don't have something like an administrative panel in your back office. You're working with your business solution, with your ERP system. They need good solutions in this area to go online. So I think yes.
So we can expect this year and next year even more, even bigger growth in e-commerce.
Because there are still very good offline traders that are not online.
And maybe Peter can add something about the long tail, the small shops.
Yeah, sure.
How they're going to explode
yeah.
this or next year. I think that in Europe and the United States there is big growth in this area with a lot of small e-commerce sites.
But I haven't seen yet Gomba Shop, but is it like Thinktail? I mean, is it like the...
Well, Gomba Shop is a software as a service platform for creating web e-commerce store.
Right. Like Thinktail?
Yeah.
Right.
Some kind,
yeah.
but it has
it was a huge success last year in Turkey, Thinktail. They actually raised money out there. And it was great because it really sounded like a, and the founder there. So congratulations for setting up this model here in Bulgaria. So what are your expectations?
Well,
where are you heading for the next 2 years?
My colleague here said that last year or last 2 years, most of big players on the market made good and very beautiful e-commerce stores. But
if you can speak more louder, please, because people need to hear you.
But unfortunately, smaller merchants and producers in Bulgaria are far away from such web solutions. And when they try to do solutions like this, they have very small budgets, so they go to some students, on individuals, and at the end, most of projects like this crash. So they have bad experience, and we're trying to fix this with software as a service. The idea is that a small business can start web e-commerce store, online store, for several minutes technically, and then they can focus on the sales, not on technical problems, on project management and etc. When we started, we found a lot of companies, small companies in small places in Bulgaria, which make great products, and they just don't have the market because they're in a small town.
Right.
So they started to sell online. Of course, they have a lot of stuff to learn about online sales, and we're trying to help them, but they started to sell, and they realized that they can reach the whole Bulgarian market. And
is it multi-language or it's only for Bulgarian?
Well, it's a multi-language, but first we focused on Bulgarian market. Of course, if you're a merchant and you want to sell online in another country, you can start multi-language.
So how many clients do you have already?
At the moment, we have more than 1,000 registrations.
1,000 for how long?
About, let's say, 8 months. But
that's quite a good start. Congratulations.
These are registrations.
Well done. So how many active?
We have something about 150 active.
What are the other ones doing? Just exploring?
Well, some of the others just exploring. The others are just a test because we don't have the demo version. You just
are you hosting with super hosting?
Yeah, we are using
of course. All right.
very good cloud service for hosting, so
right.
we are 100% sure about the hosting.
All right, guys, do you have questions from the audience? Anything you want to know about e-commerce? By the way, I'm absolutely interested in what you think about the alternative ways of payments, the disruptive new startups, probably including the virtual currencies. Do you know that you can buy your tickets with Bitcoins for the Global Webit Congress? Do you have Bitcoins? Anybody with Bitcoins here?
Yeah.
Good.
Just
good.
me.
We can take your Bitcoins for the next Webit. So, what do you think about it? I mean, how do you think it's going to be helping the industry in Bulgaria, in Central Eastern Europe? Is it adding value, or I'm talking about alternative currencies and alternative payments methods? So it's both. There's so many startups on payments right now. I mean, PayU is one a great example, obviously PayPal, and so many. I mean, right now in Dubai, we are going to be presenting like 4 or 5 different startups only on payments. And India, the National Bank of India just announced that they are going to be excluding most of the players from India, and they're announcing a brand new opportunity to pay from cash accounts. So everybody will be able in India to pay from their current accounts online. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, and no commission, by the way.
That's
Yeah, well,
interesting.
actually, there is quite a big, if we can say, war maybe a little bit between the banks and the alternative payment methods, because obviously we're fighting on getting the best price for transaction.
Sure.
But in some of our markets, for example, Slovakia has one bank that is a monopolist on the market, and there is absolutely no way that any other player can enter, because this bank is just servicing 90% of the online payments by card. It holds all the cards. So ultimately, it is very difficult for any player, because when an alternative player enters, they're just another another link. You know, you cannot go without the bank. So if we have PayU in Slovakia and we have the bank, they would always have to go through the bank. So it's further increasing the commission for the e-commerce platforms. So it's a market that is pretty difficult to enter. Yes.
Oh, I just when I say this, please, do you have questions? Because I want to give you the mics before. Anybody with a question? Oh. Yeah, please.
Okay, I'll speak directly.
No, try with
you
mic.
hear me?
Yeah,
okay,
do.
Thanks. Regarding the presentations before today about big data, we had a few publishers talking about it. I would like to ask about your advertising campaigns, and do you partnership with your media where you advertise regarding big data? How is this as a relationship?
So big data for retailers.
Yeah, I mean regarding advertising, optimizing your investment, and so on.
Our advertising is very performance based. So it is based on. So we advertise, especially retargeting. We advertise to our customers things that we know that our customers are interested in or buying at the moment, or whatever. But as I tried to show in my presentation, it is this information flow about the customer behavior we use in every aspect of our business, also in marketing. So when you're outside of our shop, we pretty much, I'm sorry for being that annoying, but we follow you with the clothes that you were, looking at just a while ago. We do work with Facebook and Google a lot, and with some local publishers as well. But it is very difficult, especially in the Central and Eastern European market, because the technical, there's just so many technical aspects that are not there yet. So even if we want to go big and advertise in a very cool way and use all the possibilities that are out there, there is very few publishers and very few tools that can offer us these opportunities on this particular market. So yes, of course, we're trying to change the market and we're trying to use them, and we do where we can. So, yeah.
By the way, it's funny with the retail. I have a question for you. It's a very important one. But just before this, I was joking with a friend of mine. It wasn't exactly a joke, by the way. But I mean, he had debt in his family, so he was Googling for an agency to take care of the stuff. And then for quite some time, he received these, get to know the agency Peace in Mind, or getting there forever, stuff like this. It's not very nice to see it for months. That's where the retargeting is still missing the clue. But anyway, at the end of the day, it's not nice to be followed by, the grave stuff. But tell me about the price about the client acquisition that you have at Superhosting. Can you share this information or it's secret? Can you share this about client acquisition? Price per client, online advertising? No, you can't. I know you can't. I'm just trying my best.
I'm sorry.
I cannot, sorry. But it's not.
For the record, I asked a question, they didn't give me the answer, right?
Not,
so I did it. I did it, yeah, I've done
it's
it.
It's not low.
I know.
It's high, yes.
All right, more questions?
I have a question. Can I ask?
Sure, please. Please go ahead.
Yes, very interesting point in retail is mobile sales. What do you think? How many customers, for example, on Stanik have mobile versions of the site they actually sell with it, not just like presentation?
First of all, I just want to go back to the Clement's question about the alternative payment gateways and payment methods. I think that in a market like the Bulgarian, it all depends on the big players. There must be an engine that push the people to make something. You know, the biggest growth of our market was because of Groupon type of websites. Everybody knows Groupon type of coupon sites.
It's Grabo, for God's sake.
Yes, for example.
We're not in Benete right now.
Of course,
you
of
can
course.
call names,
We are talking about Grabo, we are talking
Yeah,
about
right.
Collectiva and...
Of course, всички оферти
yes, of course. These were the biggest engines that pushed the people and to go in a territory they weren't before. So I think if we are talking about new payment methods, it depends on the big players. If Fashion Days or Grabo or I don't know the Prodavalnik's new name, but
nobody knows it, by the way.
Nobody
Do you know
knows it.
Prodavalnik's new name? Huh? Wow.
OLX.
Yeah, marketing is good actually.
Yeah, good.
Yes, if the big players push you to use the new payment method, yes, sure you will use it. If they don't, I'm not sure.
They're part of Allegro Group, part of Napsters, and PayU is part of it. So the new methods there are based on the structure.
Of course.
But let's talk about mobile. It's very interesting. So it's a great question. Thanks for this, Lubo.
About the mobile, in fact, in Bulgaria, there are not a lot of online traders that have, I'm not talking about mobile versions, I'm talking about the mobile applications because they deliver a lot more different experience to the user. The user experience is on a different level. So in this case, I think Eva have much more to say because they have a pretty good mobile application.
Yeah.
I use it.
What is the difference between the convergence rates on mobile and online?
Well, there's a very big difference between the customers who buy mobile and the customers who buy online. Most of the people who buy through a mobile are very technically advanced, and most of them are actually much more dedicated to the purchase. Because one of the biggest issues in e-commerce is the products that come back to you after a person just have them and don't like them. But in what we can see in mobile is definitely that people who purchased via a device, like a mobile device, are less likely to actually return a product. For us, mobile is huge. It's one of our key things for 2014. We actually, at the moment, make 20% of our sales in Bulgaria out of mobile.
Wow,
which is big.
It is good. Yeah, in other markets, we even sell more. Bulgaria is actually at the end of that of the group at the moment in terms of mobile sales, not in terms of general sales, but we definitely see a big growth there, and I have to say that it's only 10% of that. So it's only 50% of that sales coming from the app, and the other 50 are coming from just from accessing the website through a mobile device, be it iPad or some sort of yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Can you share the information, or you can
Everybody's moderating these days.
about what percentage is are the iOS users and the Android users, for example?
To be honest, I don't know. I can't give you a number now.
You see, and I'm sure that the iOS users pay much more. order much
Could be.
more
I
and pay
really
much
don't
more.
know.
Yeah, the big Apple brainwashed them
Yes,
in advance,
of
right?
course.
Right, so more questions because we are totally running out of time. No? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've heard a voice somewhere, but was it or not? Eva, you will be the most sought after speaker after Webit. Thanks a lot.
Thank
You are
you.
amazing. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Lubo, thanks, mate. Thank you very much. So let's move on next because we have to end sometime, as I already mentioned. I have the Infinity Brothers. Do you know who are the Infinity Brothers? Oh, when I've met them in Barcelona, they have nothing to do in common, but they're only partners. But that's how they call them in Romania, the Infinity Brothers. Because I mean, Infinity right now is they kind of did the miracle there. Many companies, many agencies. Romanian market, digital market is quite tough, by the way. 3 times bigger than Bulgaria in terms of numbers of people there living. But the market itself is almost as big as the Bulgarian market. So it's not an easy job to be an agency in Romania these days. Neither media or creative nor a media shop. But the Infinity Brothers made a miracle. They became the biggest players there. So Alexandru, where is Alexandru? I need Alexandru here on the stage. Quite quickly coming to me, please. Welcome in Bulgaria, Alexandru. I hope you had fun already. How are you? How was it? How was it in Romanian? It's out of my head.
Bună seara.
Bună seara. Yeah, it's like Italian.
It's
like
similar
Italian.
to Italian, but more Romanian.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we should keep the local flavor forever.
Absolutely.
So, listen, I was absolutely fascinated by the title of your presentation, and I left you for, and we discussed it with my team. We kind of kept the best for last. 5 examples of how we can push augmented reality and multi-screen in relation with the mobile penetration. So mobile, we're getting more and more mobile, and I'm looking forward for your rocking this stage. Thanks a lot for joining.
Thank you very much for having me here.
The ticker is over there.
Yeah. So I'm going to say bună seara also in English, which is good evening. My name is Alexandru Cenetescu. I am CEO and founder of Infinite Solutions Agency, which is currently the largest independent digital agency in Romania. It's always interesting when you have to talk about the future. It's like you have to get a huge crystal ball out of the closet, put it on the table, you know, and then ask it, what's going to happen? And it becomes even more interesting when you have to share your findings with almost 1,000 people. So, and 1,000 people that are here since morning. So I'm gonna try to get as much energy as possible from you, because you know what they say, like a speaker draws the energy out of the audience. So I'm gonna have to draw the last energy that you still have, and bear with me because we're gonna have some fun. Before we talk about the future, we have to talk a little bit about the present, okay? About the tradigital present. One of the things that made us special is that we were never a digital agency or a traditional one. We are a tradigital agency, and this is actually the present, because the consumers are tradigital, okay? You cannot have one without the other. What does that mean? A black screen. No, it doesn't mean a black screen. It means this. Brands need to build digital ecosystems. This is how it works right now. 2014, this is what they need to find in relation with the brand. What you see on the screen is a sample, is what we have built for Honda. And everything that we do, the sum of digital assets that we build for the brands, is called a digital ecosystem, and it's alive. It's a live mix between technology and content. This means we are touching the consumer in every step of this of his purchase journey. Okay. What I'm going to focus a lot on today is, does this thing have a laser? Ah, it is, and it's green. What we are going to focus today, because I'm sure a lot of the previous speakers focused on the classic part, the evaluation part, probably they focused on the campaigns, the CPC, the performance. I heard a lot of talking about the numbers and so forth. I'm going to focus on this. I'm going to focus on what we can do in store based on the present facts. I'm also showing you here another example of a tradigital ecosystem that we have built. This time it's for InMedio. Do you have InMedio in Bulgaria? You have? Okay, so you know InMedio. This is another interesting example because I'm going to go to the next slide. And I'm going to finish with the present. The present is boring. We already know the present, okay? This is the way we bring digital on the BTL side, okay? These are some examples here. In Medio, we basically rebuilt their product and constructed the digital channels that they didn't have before, okay? In Honda, we created a digital interface on the in-store side. And I'm going to show an example. Could we play the movie? Excuse me, the technical side. We had a little movie here. Okay. Schimba culoare? Okay, first, that is not me when I was thinner, so it's one of my colleagues. The idea is the following. We need to digitalize the in-store also, okay? And we are doing this in the present. So I'm kind of building the idea. Why are we doing this? Let's look at the numbers. Numbers never lie. It's like my brother says, he's the CFO, numbers never lie, no matter how you dress them up. Let's look a little bit at how things are looking right now in Europe. We have huge, huge mobile penetration. We have more than one phone per user in Europe. And even more, look at the data plans, because like 2-3 years ago, everybody was saying, yeah, they buy the mobile phones, but they don't pay for the data plans, right? This has changed, and it has changed radically. Like 41% have at least a 3G connection. You know what this means for us as agencies and for you as marketers? The consumers have taken the internet to the streets with their phones. Every consumer is now an avatar. They have internet all over them, and we need to use this. This cannot be left alone. The streets include the stores. So this is the present. These are the numbers. What should we be looking for in the future? And now it becomes interesting, because we will talk a lot about the future. What's going to happen? And furthermore, what we need to make happen. Once we start implementing augmented reality, which relies on a device with an internet connection, with the in-store, we will not have the physical limitations anymore. This means that every little store can become virtually infinite, and not like our name. Every little corner store can become an infinity of information. And this infinity of information, like this. You know this? You know the campaign? This can become permanent. Now that so many people have mobile data on their phones, we will be able to buy everything on our way from our work to home, to purchase everything around us. Next, personalized experience. Can you imagine that we have all the tools necessary for every McDonald's, for example, to become an Alex McDonald's, Andre McDonald's, Ivan McDonald's, and so forth? this is what's going to happen. We now have the tools and the mobile penetration and all the know-how to personalize every digital experience that the consumer has in store. VR. Did you see how cheap is to get an Oculus Rift kit? It's $350. And the old way of thinking was, okay, in order to reach many people via this channel, you'd have, okay, if you want to reach 100,000 people, they would all have to have the helmets, right? Well, it's not like that. What you will soon see is this kind of devices in stores, because they will continue the consumer experience, okay? And it's cheap. Like, imagine every car showroom with 2 helmets inside. And after you see the car, you play a little bit with a real car, you just put it in, and you enter the brand's world. It's 700 euros for 2 helmets, and probably a couple of hundreds more for some implementation, and that's it. You are taking it to the next level. You have the tools. You all know what I'm talking about here, right? You know what I'm talking about here? Exactly. Why do you think they bought them? Does anybody have any idea? They want to be for? Yes. 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 This is the next platform, guys. This is what's next. And this is what's going to happen very soon. That's the reason Facebook bought them. Because we are more connected than we think. The stream of information that we always see, the stream of information about ourselves, which we are desperately trying to control. Facebook bought that. Okay? Because virtual reality is the next big thing, and brands can actually take advantage of this very, very fast and very cost effective. And the implications are huge. Virtual reality will become social. We will interact with each other in that way very soon. Geolocation. Why isn't everybody using geolocation already in advertising? I mean, this is one of the things that you would expect to go so high up to this moment that everybody would use it. They still don't use it, okay? We will have an all-new engagement culture when you combine all of the things that you saw. And this is where everything is going towards. And this is what we as agencies should lead our clients towards. This is the types of things that are going to happen in the very fast future. Another thing, a lot of breakthroughs happened recently. Do you remember the game? Does anybody of you play Xbox or PlayStation? Xbox or PlayStation? Oh my God. Well, we have so much to talk about after the presentation. I'm a huge gamer, okay? Me and my brother also. And yes, we're not a stereotype, okay? Did you see what happened with the launch of GTA 5? Does anybody play GTA 5? And you, my God, we have so much to talk about. Did anybody finish it already? You? We need to play online. I'm going to see what you can do. The idea is the following. Did you see what that game did? It changed the way entertainment works. They made more money than any movie in Hollywood history in 48 hours, guys. The shift is already happening, okay? And I was looking at the launch, I was looking at the numbers, I was looking at the way it made money and thought, what if one of the brands chooses to have a virtual store inside GTA 5? It's the same thing with this. And it's the same thing with all the things that I've shown you. The future is already here. All we need to do is touch it. And all we need to do is to encourage our clients to go for it, okay? It's not expensive to test new things. And this is our obligation as agencies to do. We need to touch the future, bring it here, and use it towards our clients' advantage. Thank you very much. And I want to add something else.
Did I tell you, what did I tell you about leaving the best for last, huh? Wow, you're like Joe Cocker, man.
No, but I leave everything on, not just the head.
Thanks for this great presentation. Really appreciate being here. Pleasure. And what you've just shown here, it's, yeah, so thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Well,
Yeah, guys.
All right, now it's good. Well, the next speaker has a success story to share. Let's start from this. He's originally from Belgrade, now living in Austria. No, but for many years, like the past 27 years living in Vienna. Branislav started a business back in 2006, like a startup. Now he is managing a company of 200 million euro turnover. Please welcome warm on the stage Branislav Vujovic. He's going to be telling you a lot on what we just discussed here. Thank you very much. Disrupt us. This is the clicker here, man.
Thank you. Say on the end on the cake you get the cream, yes, or on the end of the meal you get dessert. So I will try to do that. How many of you here are working for companies which are 50 or more people? So very few startups, okay? So that's what I will try to talk about, to tell you actually what's our problem, because I'm coming also from such a company. And yes, today I was with some of the startups, sky is the limit for them, right? But if we don't do in a corporate business, if we don't do the right things, we have to be careful because the sky can fall on our head, okay? So let me try to first to see how that works. Okay. Let me tell you who I am and do I have a right to speak here about this subject. Yeah? We established in 2006 the company in Vienna, Austria, October. End of the year, we invited big banks to help us to build our business. We didn't have a furniture in our office, so we brought from home the IKEA chairs, you know, and we didn't have a table, but we put piece of wood on the legs, crossing legs, and we put some textile on the top to look better. And one of the big banks from Austria, Erste Bank, came in, and they said to us, "Wow, you are a real startup." I said, "Yes, that's true, but we bought our first machine. Would you like to have cappuccino, espresso, or cafe latte?" So we bought the first machine. So if you want to be a successful startup, the first thing is you have a good coffee machine. Do not, you know, try to buy cheap one. Buy the big and the good one. So we started at that time. We were growing, and now we are in 17 countries, including Bulgaria. We are 2,000 and more people, okay? It's 8 years of fast growing. Last year is not here, but we finished last year with 210 million euros revenue. Okay, so continuing the growth. Actually, in these 2 years, 2010 and 2011, it was organic growth. It was not by acquisition. The rest was by acquisition. So we built the group, which is, according to the Gartner, one of the top 10 IT services in Central and Eastern Europe. Okay? So you can say I have a credibility to talk about how to do some things. Now, I have the issue, same like all of you that put your hands up. I have the issue, I have to continue to grow. I have banks, I have strategic investors. Everybody wants from us more business, growth, profit, all of this stuff. And I have two problems. The same problems that you have. I have a problem with recession, okay? But honestly saying, we already are trained how to do the business in the recession time. We already know how to do it. IT budgets are adjusted, we do it a little bit here, a little bit there. And then the second problem that we have is digital economy. That's a huge problem, okay? Our big enterprise corporate IT was built for many years, okay? And it's built with the 7 firewalls and 9 demilitarized zones. I don't know if you remember that, you are maybe younger than I am, but coming to Bulgaria, going into the bank, it was forbidden that you take your PC with yourself. You cannot go into the bank with a laptop or with USB stick or with any other device. It was forbidden. Yeah? The problem is that these systems are not made to communicate with outside world, and now these new generations, they want to work with them. We see only part of the customers, not the full customers. What we do, we create the project. Customer relationship management, CRM system we build. Building the CRM, we don't do anything with customers, we don't do anything with the relationship. Yes, we do with the management. We talk among ourselves about our customers. Okay? You and me, we talk about customers and say, this customer is stupid, we will not work with them anymore. But in reality, it's a huge opportunity because we don't see the full picture. We don't see all of our customers. We don't see all of the segments. Yeah? And we did very well the job to optimize internal processes in the last 20 years. We control them very well. Yeah? But we don't communicate with the customers in the proper way. We can like it or not like it, but that's the way how it is. Okay? And digital is opportunity, everybody is saying. But did you see how much in Bulgaria you are importing by using the internet and how much you are selling using the internet? Okay? So I don't have here Bulgaria, but most of the countries, EU 27 countries, this is this one. You can see that all of these countries are actually buying more on internet than selling on the internet. How is that possible? Where the money is going? I live in Austria. Austria, see, we sell a little bit on 20%, 80% we buy. Everything goes out of the country. Germany, the #1 website that sells in Austria is Amazon.de, Germany. The second one is Universalversand.de. The third one is Zalando.de, and so on and so on. It's billions of euros. I don't know if you noticed 2-3 weeks ago, Argentina introduced that you have to pay custom on importing the things that you order through the internet because they have a problem with the cash reserves. They cannot pay any more money out of the country. Nobody is talking about that. Nobody. Even the government is very happy to bring you the PayPal. Yeah? And you work for the banks, probably a lot of you, they take the money from you. The payment goes through the PayPal, not through your bank. Your fees are going down. Unicredit in Austria closed 100 branches this year. They closed all of the branches already last year in Baltic states. Yeah? Most of the banks are shrinking. They have big problems with the cost. Yeah? Why? Because Apple also, you pay through Apple a lot of things. Apple Wallet. You buy music, everything through the Apple. Yeah? The problem is that with digital, the digital is bringing that entry barrier. Entry barrier to any business is much, much lower. There can be 3 guys who will start the business and they will start disrupting you as the big corporation working for 20 years. Yeah? You know, one of the big corporations is Gillette. A lot of the people here are shaving. I'm not spending the money on Gillette. Yeah? But you are. And Gillette costs so much. And nobody, 10 years ago, nobody could disrupt Gillette because it's $9 billion company. They spend on marketing a lot. If you would like to disrupt Gillette, you would have to invest billions of dollars. Now, there was a small guy who invested $4,500, made viral video, which goes on YouTube. It's called dollarshaveclub.com. And this guy starts selling the same thing for $1 a month. And he will send you every month a new shipment. So you have always good shaving equipment, very high quality, the same producer like Gillette coming from China. And he's saying, I'm not spending $19. From $19, 18 goes anyhow to Roger Federer. And he's also good in tennis. So the startups, I saw some of them this morning, they are disrupting us. They are coming and taking a small part of the business. And now it's very popular to be the startup, so there are a lot of them. And they will not all of them, very few of them from our territory will be somebody in 5 years. But nevertheless, they cut a piece of your business. They take a part of your business that you have to pay by firing the people and doing the wrong things. Okay? The second thing is there are a lot of cross-industry situations. For instance, Telenor in Serbia just acquired KBC Bank, and they are starting the payments. Polkomtel in Poland is doing the same. MTS in Russia, the biggest mobile operator, they are also doing with the bank in 2016, they will have all of the payments online. Tesco, you know Tesco? Are they here in Bulgaria? No? No? In Czech Republic, they're in Czech Republic, but they have these big, you know, supermarkets, but they sell everything, TV, everything. You come there, they have a bank, you come to the cashier to pay, they give you a loan immediately on the spot with your loyalty card. Cross-industry goes more and more, and as we said, the global ones, global players, PayPal, Amazon, you know, all of them are taking a part of your business. And we are very happy to bring them, even the government shakes the hands with them, very happy to bring them in the country. Here, take a part of our business, we will fire our people, don't worry. So, and now we come all together here and we talk about the solution. How we will solve this problem, how we will go digital, yes? And you know what they tell you? They tell you that actually solution for you is the same like it would be after the Industrial Revolution. If I would tell you, you know, what you have to do, yeah? Please use technology approach, start with electricity, use electricity. Use computers, yeah? Use cables. Electrical engine is a great thing. Start doing that. That's what they are telling you. Okay? What you were listening today also was the same thing. They were telling you technology and then technology and then technology. Start with the big data. It's very important to start with the big data. If you don't start with the big data, you will not make your business. Okay? Start with cloud. Cloud is the most important. The guy from big data doesn't understand. It's cloud. Or they tell you the most important is to be social. Be social. Do digital marketing. Everything is super. Mobile is the right thing. Right? Did you hear that? Okay. But I will tell you that this is not the solution, for sure. You know, I tell you, I meet the big companies, the top guys. I have the same problem. I have to grow my company. How to grow it? And I meet the big guys. You know what they do? They find and they invest a lot of money. They give IT people. They make a website. Fantastic website. Great design. They engage the marketing agency, everybody else. They connect to the internal system. They make online transactions. Huh? They are saying, we sell everything online. And then they sit and wait that it will come. Then somebody tell them, but invest in search engine optimization, search engine marketing. That's the most important. So they put more money. What they get? Nothing. They're still sitting there and nobody's buying anything. And then we come in, they are very surprised that they cannot make any new business. Huh? And then, you know, they give up and they tell me, I meet them, they tell me, you know, forget digital in our region. There is no business there, forget it. You know, we sell 0.5% and we invested millions, don't come to me. Okay? So this is not the solution. At the end, I have to tell you what the solution is. The solution is, in reality, that you are doing the industrial economy for a long time. And if you go to your own website, you will find probably from clever people from the top, they made the strategy of your company. And you can download it free of charge, the strategy of your company. And you analyze it, there is nothing about digital in this presentation. It's nice presentation, properly done, nothing about digital, okay? Because we are coming from industrial age. For us, it's a change. Digital, this is this IT people, this is this whatever, cloud, mouth, shout, you know, we don't want to do it. So you have to take into account digital economy, combine these two. It's not that you will kill now industrial. You have to do both. You have to look at the whole business ecosystem. They don't understand that. You know? They put their website and they don't look at their partners, they don't look at anything else. They put their website and they wait. This is like, you know, fishing. You put the fish and you wait for the fish to eat. It will not come, it's very seldom. So, there are three assets that are important and I will show you that this is important. Customer data, communication channel, and content. And they are all number one. There is no one more important than the other. You know, everybody likes to analyze Apple. Apple is very popular. You know, whatever presentation you hear, Apple is there. But the point of Apple is they have your customer data. They have communication channel with you, iTunes, Apple Store, everything else. And they produce the content. In the content, that's also the products and the third-party content they do. They sell you movies, they sell you music, they will sell you whatever you want because they have communication channel and they have content. And these banks that we are talking about, they have all of the customer data. They have also communication channel, but they have no content. You don't go to the bank site to buy the credit, the loan. You will go on a site where they will compare different loans and different interest rates. That's where you will buy, yeah? Not on the bank side. And they don't understand it. They keep doing, we are banking, we have to do core banking, yeah? And they are not using the customer data and the channel that they have. Telcos, they realized a little bit. They started selling you this, what they called cloud services. They will sell you additional services by using customer data and communication channel. But their content is not so good. And they still don't know how to do this content. They think they put it on website, that's it. But that doesn't work that way. So, the only real solution is you have to analyze your strategy. Go back to your strategy. And then, you know, update, change, extend, replace, whatever you want based on digital. Use the digital opportunity. My best example of doing that is Mercedes. Mercedes had a problem. They have one car which started not selling very well. It's Smart. You remember Smart? Car, small, nice. In 2008, their sales went down because crisis, this is the second or third car in the family. Nobody wants to pay 20-something thousand euros for second or third car in the family, right? So they think, can they convert the car, industrial product, into digital service? Can they do that? What do you think? Yeah, no, yes? Yes, sure. I would not tell you that if it is not possible. So what they did, they made a system, okay, and they parked 500 smart cars in Vienna, in the center of Vienna, on anywhere, right? Then they made a web, internet, cloud system, which enabled that you can register, you get the card. With this card, you can open any of these cars. You can drive them, you pay 29 cents per minute, and you can leave them wherever you want in Vienna. Okay? So this is converting the car, the industrial product, into the digital service. And they have now 23 cities around the world. That's 11,500 cars that they sell every year because they sell it to this organization which is called Car2Go. Okay? And there are many examples like that. So it is technology on the end. It is cloud. It is, you know, whatever. But in reality, you have to start from your strategy and change your strategy, adapt it to the digital and use all of the opportunities, taking into account also your business model. And then you get new strategy with digital, which all the time you have to adjust and to adapt and to update because it will come new technology, which is Internet of Things. It will come 3D printers. It will come, you know, whatever it is necessary, sensors that they will put in our body and all of these things. Okay? So it's not the technology. It is the business and the business strategy. And then you do digital transformation. Digital transformation is just the plan how you will implement your new strategy, taking into account digital. And that's the part where everybody now focuses and talk about. But that's not the point. The point is to start from the strategy. Yes? And we call that the missing link, to combine also then your old systems with some new things that will help you to see all of the customers. And if you want to learn more about that, we have a special website where we share our experience with the Central and Eastern Europe companies You can read the interviews from many people from our region who are telling you how they are doing it, what they think about that. So you are very welcome to join us over there. Okay? We cannot predict the future, but we can help shape it. Thank you very much.
You know what? I think people said it on Twitter. You were amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there will be. Are there questions? How can you ask questions after this presentation? I know. So it's. Let's move on to the last presentation. Marta, I haven't seen you all day long. Where are you? Oh my gosh. I see your tweet somewhere around. You were here on the stage. I couldn't make it. Good to have you
Hi.
here, dear.
Good to see you.
We have microphones here. Okay, fine.
Okay, it's gonna be
it works.
more.
Yeah. Marta, okay, we're talking about history, about traditions. Marta has been at the first Webit ever, and since then, almost never missed a Webit. Well, she was working at another company back then, another great company, but now she works for a global one that is growing global and more global every year. And she's she's the director for Central Eastern Europe of Vivaki. And Vivaki is doing amazing stuff in the digital parts of the business. And Marta is an amazing speaker. That's why she's always at Webit. So, you know, it's been quite personal. Thanks for joining, dear. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And I got an amazing intro. No. Come on, how many times you can say amazing one day?
Yeah, it's in one sentence.
Yes. Okay, if we had already the cream on the cake, I think it makes me a cherry on top. I will try to be quick. I set myself an alarm clock for 15 minutes. We all want to go to piano bar where Plamen will be singing tonight with Daniela, so we want to have our entertainment. Yeah, we actually had, I think the last presentation was really hilarious. There was a lot about, you know, don't talk about trends, don't talk about mobile. I want to talk about mobile because like there's a lot of talks about it, but it's not too practical. And I would like, actually I had some discussions with my wonderful team here. Hello team, Zangit of the Media, you're the best guys, really. I was so positively surprised that we actually have a lot of nice cases from Central Eastern Europe as well about good campaigns that we are doing with mobile. And I would like to share some of our insights. Okay, let me get a clicker. So I hope I can actually talk about mobile. It makes me entitled to do so. Okay, but why I would like to talk about mobile? We had in London last year with Performix. Performix is Zenit Optimedia performance marketing agency. So we were meeting our global clients and we were actually having an evaluation, a short survey with them, and we're asking them what they think about mobile. So as you see, over 90% of our clients said that they see the value of mobile in their brand. Almost half of them, it was actually pretty surprising, at least from my perspective, they said they fully embrace the value of mobile and its potential in their media strategy. And 20% of them, interestingly, said that our site is not mobile optimized, so investing in mobile media makes little sense. So actually, I would like to quarrel a bit with that, and I would like to tell them that actually it's not only about optimizing the site. You can actually have also other owned media, let's say, website or like rich media banners that can actually be also a good solution for you. Also in Zenit Optimedia, we noticed that mobile is the future. We noticed that we need to do something more. We need to have like applicable framework for our clients. And we work with Google. We managed to create this Horizon project. It's coming to Central and Eastern Europe. We launched it together with Google in Poland and in Czech Republic. So it's very simple because we really want to make it simple and we want to make it practical. So first of all, we are doing the audit of our clients' mobile inventory, mobile sites, you know, what they are doing on Facebook. We are just checking whether everything what they do in digital, whether it's mobile optimized. After we do this research, we actually give them different strategies to choose, starting from the basics and going more advanced, and we are together, you know, step by step going mobile. So this is why I think mobile is important. And also with Performix, we actually, the head of Performix, the performance marketing agency, she invented participant marketing framework. So this is something that probably also a lot, you heard about it a lot, but she said she was working in HP before, and she said that Hewlett Packard, and she said that obviously consumers are not consuming, they are participating right now. So I think the mobile and the fact that we can participate in the discussion with the brand, in the conversation with the brand everywhere, all the time, that's why mobile is so important, right? So I was talking with a couple people today, and actually they were telling me, these first 3 presentations were pretty cool. It was like a brand storytelling and stuff like that. Then it got a bit boring, it was this programmatic, big data, it's too technical. So I wanted to bring it a bit more to storytelling, and I wanted to share with you that the mobile experience, you see a couple screenshots. The first one is the poo. I don't know, have you heard about it? This is like one of the most hilarious applications, I think, for mobile. Yes, and actually this is what it sounds like. So you can actually clean your poo, you can feed it, and so on, and it has immense amount of downloads worldwide. So this is amazing how people are interacting with the mobile. The mobile experience, as you see, is not always very, very good and very good optimized. You can see this is a screenshot from London Tube. You see that the QR code to scan is pretty far to have a full mobile experience, I think. And the third one is basically my experience. It's I got the invitation to go to the Gold's Gym a couple days ago when I was actually in another country, when I was on a business trip, and I actually think that this is a bit of missed opportunity because I was away for a long time, and I think they would be much more successful if they would actually catch me when I was considering, when I was in Poland, where the gym is placed. So the mobile experience is a human experience, and I just wanted to tell you, so you see my selfie, so I don't know, probably you heard that selfie was the most often searched word on the internet last year. So this is definitely mobile related, and we are all the time mobile, especially kids. So I took another photo is Asian, I think Japanese, but I don't want to offend anyone. An Asian kid who was like all the time on the airport, mobile on his suitcase. And another kid is actually my friend kid. Was participating in this global summit on ICOM. It was about big data and about trends in measurement and so on. And my friend, he brought his kid to the conference, and actually I did this picture, and this was the most. It was really funny because it was the most popular tweet from the whole conference. This is again mobile. Yes, this is a human experience. We want to have fun. We want to have something right now when we need it. So when I came to Bulgaria, my first thought was I need a taxi. Yes? So even though I had a fantastic service from my colleagues, I downloaded the Taxi BG app. So how we can address the mobility and how we are trying to do this in Zenit Optimedia is to address it by tapping into human experience. So we try to take a look how people are experiencing the mobility, because it's not about mobile, it's about mobility as consumers and participants are basically screen agnostics. Yes, they don't care if it's mobile, if it's desktop, if it's a tablet. So they are mobile because this is how they live. Yes, they are living this hectic, always on world. So as you see, they're interacting with a lot of platforms at the same time, very often, as we heard about second screen, third screen, even fourth screen at one time. How to address the mobility? We've been thinking about a couple key things. We think it has to be personalized. This is about having a right message, of course. This sounds like a cliche, but I will show you how we are addressing it in practice. Always on doesn't mean that you need to invest a lot of money into your mobile campaign. For example, you don't need to invest a lot of money into your search campaign, which will be always on, but it means that you want to catch your customer when he's actually at the consideration stage and when he's considering purchase. So it's just at the right time. Local is very important. I will also show you, right now, we all talk about G+ and stuff, but the fact is that not many agencies are, in fact, for example, optimizing search campaigns for their clients using G+ accounts to make sure that when someone is searching your brand, for example, is searching a bank, they will actually they will get the bank which is closest to them, so they will be able to go to this bank and actually withdraw the money within a couple of minutes, because this is why they're searching the bank on mobile. They don't do this, they don't do this to I don't know, learn about a credit, most probably. They just want to go to this bank. This is why they tap it in their mobile. It has to be motivating, yes, because I think in mobile, even though the screens are smaller, in fact, I think it's even easier to skip the advertising, to get distracted. Mobile is very often like the second screen, that's why. And also adaptive, which means it has to be very agile, very quick. It has to respond, the campaign has to respond to current trends. It's good when you have, social feeds implemented. As we see right now, the social feed is very, very popular here on the conference. It has to be, last but not least, of course, shareable and conversational. Yes, this is how we are approaching our mobile campaigns. So let me show you 3 examples from Central and Eastern Europe. These are actually, I'm very proud because we are showing these examples for the first time here and for the first time generally, but in Bulgaria. The first one is with our client Raiffeisen. Maybe some of you have seen their app, they have seen the mobile campaign. This was their first mobile campaign for their first mobile application, so you have similar cases like that. But of course, we had a pretty high goal, a maximum number of downloads, so the threshold was pretty high. But I think what we were actually focusing on is, again, the accessibility, so this always-on factor. So we just were stressing that your phone is right now is your bank because you can access it from your mobile application. Interestingly, how we did it, we were promoting it mostly through the mobile campaign, which was targeted to both Android and iOS, depending on the split on the market, which are used most often. So we just made sure that we are actually addressing everyone. What else I think is important that we were actually pioneering in some first formats, like the slider format. Results, very nice, reaching 62% of internet population, 45,000 clicks, and CTR, which was much higher, almost double as average click-through rate on the market. So you see, even though it's kind of hard to click on the ad because it sometimes can be small, with the right format, as you see the slider, which after clicking gets larger, so it's easier actually to access the application and to download it from the shop within one click. It works. Second case is our local case. Why local? 70% of mobile searches have used the call button. This is something, and this is a result of the research from Google from September 2013. The role of click to call in path to purchase. And we actually checked it on Polish market. It sounds like a very, very simple thing, but it's not too much used. I think the most interesting, it was done for Aviva, so financial industry. It was a search campaign. The goal of that was actually to increase the sales. So you see, direct impact of search campaign on sales, to increase the sales of insurance. It was optimized for tablets, for mobile, and for desktop. Optimized meaning, you have right now, AdWords are optimized. You can do your AdWords enhanced campaigns. This is not a rocket science, but it really works. And I think the most interesting, for me at least, the result was here that the click to call, the amount of calls actually was the same as amount of filled in forms. So you see, people want to conversate. They wanted to talk first with the bank representative or the insurance company representative to discuss about this offer. Yeah, but it was pretty successful. And CTR of click to call was again higher, almost 13.5% higher than standard ads. So pretty good result. And conversational, again another case from Bulgaria. Again, first time on the market showed. Queens, Timberg and Sodom, we also have in Poland the stories. We had to revive the brand a bit. People didn't maybe remember about the small bottle, to buy it. So actually our team invented the app, tablet app, which was enabling them, the people, to actually get on a daily basis an interesting, like a fortune, how you call it? The saying for the day, let's say, yes. So today you look beautiful or whatever. And you know, right now, this is a very, very new project. It's still running, and we already have, only in Bulgaria, over 200,000 downloads of this application. And actually, this app was the only app that was made in Bulgaria by advertiser that listed to Google Play top 3 suggestions. So we are very proud of it. I think it's a very nice example, and I'm happy that we can show Bulgarian example to you. Yeah, so you know, mobile slowly proves itself in CE, and I wouldn't be myself if I wouldn't show some data to prove it. In 2014, for Bulgaria, almost 7% of local traffic was from mobile and tablet devices. This is the data from Gemius. And not all traffic is included here. You don't have application data, you only have website data. But it already gives you websites, and probably not all mobile websites are also here included. You don't have Google, you don't have Facebook. So it just shows you very small. It's like just the tip of the iceberg, but you see there's the potential. If only Gemius is right now reporting 7% of the all traffic coming from mobile, in reality it can be at this moment in Bulgaria 30% or even more. And the daily usage of various platforms, this is a case from Czech Republic again, but it actually is different. So this, if you actually follow this kind of trends, it also gives you some information when, how to optimize your campaign for mobile, because you know people are mostly using mobile when they wake up. This is the first thing that they, of course, check. So yeah, optimize your mobile campaign for the time of the day, optimize it for the morning. Then you can optimize your desktop campaign. And then for the third one, in the evening, people, you know, they very often, if they have a tablet, they will use it in the evening as a second screen to play with it. So then make sure that you can, for example, push more campaign in the second part of in the evening for your tablet users if you want to optimize it. Yeah, and again, this is in Publicis, we are, as a media house, we are very data-driven, and we want to educate the market. We want to show some data to the market. So this is from the report that we did here for Bulgaria, our DigiTribe. We have a group of digital specialists that are working together and producing some market data. And these are some results. 70% almost of our respondents that were actually, it was pretty representative sample gathered online. They are using mobile internet every day. So it's here and it's in Bulgaria. So we have mobile strategy. What about you? The mobile strategy for the group is sharing, education, building market profile, and work with Google on Horizon. Sharing, it's events like that. It's we have mobile matters newsletter where we are gathering the mobile cases from all around the world. We will share these newsletters with our clients. We are doing education. We are part as a network from. I'm just sharing this to you, not to boast what we are doing, but to just show you how you can work, you know, in your own agency, in your own company. You can also become a part of different mobile. You can subscribe to different mobile newsletters. We are part of Mobile Marketing Association. I think they are based in the UK. Of course, we are paying a fee, but there's a lot of also free content that is available that makes sense, a lot for emerging markets as well. And yeah, and this is, I think, will be the last. Don't think too much. We heard we need to test. This is our obligation as an agency, is to look at the future and touch it. 50% of set yourself the KPIs. This is what we are doing right now in Central Eastern Europe with our clients that are open to that. We want to test. So we sit together and we discuss how much of percent of your campaigns you agree to put the mobile component. Mobile component is anything. It can be mobile banner, it can be rich media experience, it can be simple, but just let's set this KPI for ourselves. So we have some learning this year that we can apply for the next year when mobile will really be very, very strong in Central Eastern Europe, but it will be too late to follow. We need to lead this and have mobile search strategy. I really believe, I didn't know so much about search when I was joining the company, but now I know much more, and I really believe 100% that this is the key, to start with mobile search strategy. Some owned mobile asset, but not necessarily a mobile, huge optimized website. It can be a nice rich media banner where you will lead your mobile experience, which will be interactive, where you will be able to provide something to your client, or you can lead, to a download an app. and test and learn. And that's how it works. Thank you.
Well, Marta, you were not a cherry, you were a kilo of cherries. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear. Thanks for joining us here in Sofia again. Well, you know what I'm going to say, right? But wait, give me a couple of minutes. Let's start with this. Could you please switch on the microphone all over the venue? If you can push the sound there. Am I on? I hope I'm going to be on soon. So, guys, help me. Calling all Webit team to join here, please. Let's get them around from the registration and stuff, those who are here. All Webit team, join us here on the stage at the Digital Marketing Innovation. So, before we finish this hopefully nice experience for you guys, I have a couple of announcements to do. First, probably you've seen the impatient Christo, who already pronounced himself as a winner of a gold ticket for the Global Webit Congress. This guy made 101 retweets to a stupid tweet, please retweet me. But obviously it worked well. So where is Christo? Christo Ivanov, get on the stage, mate. Where are you? Where are you, big man? Am I on everywhere around the venue? Looking for Christo Ivanov. I tweet him, he will come. So Christo got the first gold tickets to the Global Webit Congress 2014, 1st and 2nd of October. Unfortunately, he's not going to be platinum, which means also including a Dan Brown moderated trip around Inferno sites, but probably some of you might be. So this is his tweet. Help me to get 100 retweets. Webit will take, I never said this thing. I only said I'm going to give you a gold ticket, right? You're all witness here. So, right. I'm not, Christo, come on. Start saving money, mate. It's Istanbul. It's close here. So this is first 101 real retweets, 6 favorites. That's the one. And then another gold ticket. We have the fastest climber on our Walltopia Webit climbing competition is Jordan Dimitrov. 8.73 seconds go up. Where is Jordan? Oh, man. I would need for... Come, please, join us on the stage. We are climbing with our team every day, something like Everest, Ka, and others. So probably we might need you in our team, you know, climbing that fast. So good having you here. Did you enjoy?
Yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah, I see. You're really good. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining. You have a gold ticket to the Global Webit Congress.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed. By the way, you also receive 1 month subscription for the climbing, so you can climb as much as you wish for
That's
1 month. It's a special present from Walltopia. They have a sense of humor. They're also giving the slowest, Raina Tsvetkova. Raina, poor thing. 25 seconds to go. But you have a free subscription to Raina. Oh, right. No, please join us. No, please, it's great to have you. 25 seconds to reach to the top. Was it tiring? Was it challenging for you? How was it?
It was a challenge for me because I have nails and they didn't allow me, but I said I will try. So I'm happy I won, even being the slowest.
Yeah.
I'm still a winner.
Actually, which city are you from originally?
Sofia.
From Sofia. All right. Have you been climbing anywhere, anytime in your life before?
Just
This is your first time? Yeah.
At a team building event, and today I said, okay, I want to give it a try. So
Great.
It was
well
great.
done.
I didn't win Istanbul, but I will join you there because this is my favorite city.
That's great. Good having you here. Thanks a lot.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Raina.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, my team. Did you hear about the team building? How good is it? Yeah? That's why I'm doing team buildings to you. Now join me here on the stage. Please, join. Well, this is part of our team, but they did great job here, didn't they? Were you happy with the service they provided to you? They're the Webit angels. So join me on the stage. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Gracious, amazing. Okay, squeeze in. Thank you. Thanks, Adi. Well done. Good job, guys. And one last thing to say. Our friends from Metro Reklama are giving away 3,000 leva, so we have to make sure that somebody gets those money in advertising. That's why I'm inviting here Didi Majarova. Didi, where are you? Are you around? Please join me. Good, good. Also, I guess we need this thing to pick up. Is it already set? Do you know who's the winner, or I should pick one? Thanks for the mic. Somebody please help us with the mic. So, should I pick one? Or you want to pick one? Okay. Funny, funny, mate. They don't need this.
Bachvarov.
All right, Anton Bachvarov from Piero. That was funny. All right, good one. Anton Bachvarov from Piero gets 3,000 of advertising. Anton, are you around here? Come here, mate. Good, 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 good. Job well done, huh? Money go to money. That's what people say. Congratulations. Yeah, okay, so Diri's going to provide you with the award yourself. Okay, I think we're about to say, no, we're not going to say bye-bye. Could you please play a nice video on the screens, please, guys? It's a good start.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon.
I think I know all of these by name, right? Amalia, that is right. Oops. You got me here. Come on, do something. Come on, guys. Show them how to do it. Come on. Oh, that was good. All right. Special thanks to all our partners, starting with Unicredit, Google, Bullbank, HTPool, pCloud. Help me, I don't want to miss anybody. All right, that's good. Super Hosting, BTV, Mall Advertising, MelBG, NetInfo, Metro Reklama, all of our silver and gold partners, of course, our venue support, IBM, our venue support partner, this amazing venue and this amazing team. Can you please do something with your hands for them? You rock, guys. I miss you so much in Turkey. I love you. And of course, the industry associations, the Bulgarian Web Association, Advertiser Association, Hisar, Nestle, Kempinski. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I said Super Hosting one more time. Thank you. See you next Webit. By the way, no. See you tonight. Piano Bar, Poison, near Radisson's. Get ready for singing and some rock style, all right? See you. Thank you. Thank you.